There are nights when sleep simply refuses to come. You lie there, staring at the ceiling, and it is not the noise outside your window keeping you awake. It is something someone said to you hours ago. Maybe it was a careless word from a colleague, a dismissive comment from someone you love, or a stranger's rudeness that somehow burrowed into your chest and decided to stay. The conversation ended long ago, but inside your mind, it keeps replaying, over and over and over. You think about what you should have said. You picture sharper, cleverer responses. Your jaw tightens without you even noticing. Your shoulders lock. Your heart beats just a little faster. And the longer you replay it, the hotter that feeling grows, until your whole body feels like a furnace with no way to let the heat escape. We all know that feeling. Every single one of us. In the ancient Pali language, this burning sensation in the heart has a name. It is called dosa. We usually translate it as anger or ill will or hatred, but the word itself carries something deeper than any single English term can hold. Dosa is derived from a root that means to be corrupted or to be spoiled, and that is precisely what anger does. It spoils something inside us. It corrupts the clarity of our minds. It takes a perfectly peaceful evening and sets it on fire from within. We could be surrounded by everything we have ever wished for, every comfort, every blessing, and yet one moment of dosa can turn all of that into ashes. Here is the thing about anger that so few people talk about. We tend to believe that anger is a response to something outside of us. Someone does something wrong, and our anger rises like a natural consequence. It feels automatic, almost mechanical. They insulted us, so we feel angry. They betrayed our trust, so we feel enraged. They were unfair, so we burn. But the Buddha, over 2,500 years ago, saw something that most of us still struggle to see even today. He saw that anger is not really about the other person at all. It is about what is happening inside our own hearts and minds. The external event is just a trigger. The real fire, the fuel, the oxygen, all of it was already there, waiting inside. Think about it this way. Two people can experience the exact same situation and respond in completely different ways. Someone cuts in front of you in a long queue. One person might feel a flash of rage, clench their fists, and spend the next 20 minutes fuming. Another person might notice it, feel a small ripple of annoyance, and let it pass within seconds. Same event, but two entirely different inner experiences. If the anger were truly caused by the external situation, then everyone would respond identically. The fact that we do not tells us something profound. The anger lives inside us. The other person simply rang the bell, but the bell was already hanging there, waiting to be struck. This is not said to blame anyone for feeling angry. Please hear that clearly. Anger is one of the most human things we can experience. Even in the time of the Buddha, some of the most devoted, most sincere practitioners struggled with it. There is a beautiful account from the ancient texts about a monk named Punna, who came to the Buddha one day and asked for permission to go and teach in a distant region called Sunaparanta. Now, Sunaparanta had a fearsome reputation. The people there were known to be rough, harsh, and quick to violence. The Buddha, before granting permission, decided to test Punna's readiness. Not with a written exam or a philosophical debate, but with a series of very direct, very uncomfortable questions. Punna, the Buddha asked, the people of Sunaparanta are fierce. They are violent. If they were to abuse you and revile you with harsh, rough words, what would you think? Punna answered calmly, if they abuse me with words, then they are still good people, because at least they are not striking me with their fists. The Buddha pressed further. But Punna, what if they do strike you with their fists? Then they are still good people, because at least they are not striking me with a stick. And if they strike you with a stick? Then they are still good, because at least they are not striking me with a weapon. And if they strike you with a weapon? Then they are still good, because at least they are not taking my life. The Buddha pushed one final time. And if they take your life, Punna? What then? And Punna, with a stillness that is hard to imagine, answered, then they are still good, because there are disciples who feel such shame and weariness with this body and this life that they seek an end to it. And these people would have helped me find that release without my even seeking it. The Buddha smiled and said, good, Punna. With such patience and gentleness, you are indeed fit to dwell in Sunaparanta. Now, when we first hear this story, the natural reaction might be disbelief. How could anyone reach that level of calm in the face of such threats? It sounds superhuman, almost unreachable. And in a way, that reaction is perfectly fair. None of us are expected to become Punna overnight. But the reason this story matters is not because it sets an impossible standard for us to beat ourselves up about failing to meet. It matters because it shows us the direction. It shows us what becomes possible when the fire of anger has been gently, carefully, patiently cooled over time. Punna did not wake up one morning and decide to stop being angry. He practiced. He trained his heart, day after day, moment after moment, until his relationship with anger fundamentally shifted. And that is what we are here to explore together. Not a magic trick that erases anger in an instant. Not a list of rules to follow. But a genuine, honest, sometimes messy exploration of what anger is, where it comes from, and how, little by little, we can learn to meet it with something other than more fire. In the Dhammapada, one of the most beloved collections of the Buddha's sayings, there is a verse that goes, holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal. You are the one who gets burned. Now, we have probably come across this quote somewhere before, on a poster, on social media, maybe in a book. But let us not skip past it too quickly. Let us really sit with it for a moment. When we are angry at someone, there is this powerful illusion that our anger is doing something to them. We feel as if our rage is a weapon pointed outward, aimed at the one who wronged us. But in reality, who is actually sitting with that burning feeling? Who is the one losing sleep, losing appetite, losing peace? It is us. Always us. The person we are angry at might be sleeping soundly right now. They might have forgotten the entire incident. They might not even know we are upset. And yet here we are, turning that hot coal over and over in our hands, wondering why it hurts. There is another teaching from the ancient texts that brings this point home in a way that is hard to forget. In the Agata Vinaya Sutta, the Buddha spoke to the monks about how to deal with someone who makes us angry, and one of the methods he described was strikingly simple. He said, Suppose there is a person whose bodily conduct is impure, whose verbal conduct is impure, but in whose heart there occasionally arises a small window of clarity and goodness. How should we regard such a person? And the Buddha used this comparison. Imagine you are a traveler walking through a vast desert. You are parched with thirst, weak from the sun, and you come upon a small puddle of water in a cow's hoofprint. It is a tiny, muddy, insignificant amount of water. But what do? You get down on your hands and knees and you sip that water carefully, gently, gratefully. You do not say, "This water is not clean enough for me." You do not complain about the vessel. You drink, because you are thirsty and this is what is available. The Buddha was saying something remarkable here. When someone has wronged us, when their behavior is unkind and their words are harsh, we can still look for that tiny puddle of goodness in them. Not because they deserve our forgiveness, and not because what they did was acceptable, but because searching for that small piece of light in another person is an act of kindness toward ourselves. It releases us from the grip of that hot coal. It lets us put it down. This does not mean we become doormats. It does not mean we smile and nod while people walk all over us. The Buddha was never a pushover, and his teachings never ask us to be one either. There is a vast difference between patience and passivity. Patience is a form of strength. It is the ability to feel the heat of anger rising and choose, consciously, deliberately, not to let it dictate the next words out of your mouth or the next action of your hands. Passivity is just going limp, letting things happen to you without care. The Buddha taught patience, not passivity. But understanding this difference takes time. It takes practice. And it starts with one thing that sounds almost too simple to be meaningful: paying attention. Most of the time, when anger takes over, we do not even realize it has arrived until it has already spoken for us, already acted through us. We snap at someone we love. We send that furious message. We slam the door. And then, 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, sometimes 5 days later, we look back and think, why did that come out of me? That is not who I want to be. The anger moved faster than our awareness. It hijacked the controls before we even noticed it was in the room. The very first thing we can practice, before any fancy technique or complicated meditation, is simply this: notice when anger arrives. That is it. Just notice. Not fix it, not push it away, not analyze it, not judge yourself for feeling it. Just notice. Oh, anger is here. Almost like seeing a cloud move across the sky. You do not yell at the cloud. You do not chase it. You just see it. This practice has roots so deep in the Buddha's teachings that it goes all the way back to one of the most important discourses he ever gave, the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness. In that teaching, the Buddha described how a practitioner observes their own mental states, noting, "There is anger in me when anger is present, and there is no anger in me when anger is not present." The language is deliberately neutral. It is not, "Why am I angry?" or "How do I stop being angry?" It is simply the act of recognition. Anger is here. Anger is present. There is a reason why this simple act of recognition is so powerful. When we are caught up in anger, we become the anger. There is no space between us and the emotion. We are not a person experiencing anger. We are just angry. Everything we see, hear, and think passes through that red filter. But the moment we can step back even a tiny bit, even just enough to say, "Oh, there is anger," something shifts. A small gap opens between the emotion and the one observing it. And in that gap, there is room. Room to breathe. Room to choose. You might be thinking, that sounds lovely in theory, but in the moment, when someone has truly hurt me, when the wound is fresh and raw, how on earth am I supposed to calmly observe anything? And that is a completely fair point. Nobody said this is easy. In fact, the Buddha never once claimed that working with anger is easy. What he said is that it is possible. And the difference between easy and possible matters enormously. There is a teaching in the Samyutta Nikaya, one of the great collections of the Buddha's discourses, where the Buddha compared the mind to a wild horse. A wild horse does not become tame the first time someone approaches it. It kicks. It bites. It runs. But a skilled trainer does not give up after the first failed attempt. The trainer returns, again and again, with patience and steadiness, until slowly, gradually, the horse begins to trust, begins to settle, begins to find a new kind of calm. Our minds, when gripped by anger, are exactly like that wild horse. We cannot expect them to obey a single command. But we can return to the practice of noticing, again and again, with the patience of that trainer, until something in us begins to shift. And here is something beautiful about this process. Each time we notice anger, even after the fact, even hours later, even the next day, we are building something. We are strengthening a muscle of awareness that did not exist before, or that had grown weak from disuse. The first time we practice this, we might catch the anger only after we have already done or said something regrettable. The 10th time, maybe we catch it a little sooner. The 100th time, we might catch it in the moment itself, right as it rises, right as that heat begins to bloom in the chest. And someday, with enough patience, we might even begin to sense the anger before it fully forms, like feeling the first few drops of rain before the storm arrives. This is not about becoming perfect. Perfection is not the goal and never was. If the Buddha had wanted perfection from us, he would have designed a very different teaching. What he offered instead was a path, a gradual, human, forgiving path where every step counts, where every moment of awareness matters, and where falling down is just part of walking. There is a particular exchange recorded in the ancient texts that has always felt especially comforting. A monk once approached the Venerable Sariputta, one of the Buddha's chief disciples, and asked him something deeply personal. He said, "Friend Sariputta, is it possible for a monk to guard his mind so well that no unwholesome thoughts ever arise?" Sariputta, who was known for his extraordinary wisdom and his calm demeanor, answered honestly. He said it was indeed possible, through diligent practice, to reach a state where unwholesome thoughts no longer arise. But then he added something that makes this exchange so human and so real. He acknowledged that for most practitioners, unwholesome thoughts, including anger, will continue to appear. The practice is not to prevent them from ever arising, because that is an unrealistic demand to place on a human mind. The practice is to recognize them quickly when they do arise and to let them go before they take root. Think of it like weeds in a garden. You cannot stop every weed from ever sprouting. Seeds blow in on the wind. They are already in the soil. They will appear. But if you pull them out while they are small, before they have spread their roots deep into the earth, the garden stays healthy. It is only when we ignore the weeds, when we let them grow unchecked for days and weeks and months, that they overtake everything. Anger is the same. A flash of irritation is not a failure. A surge of frustration does not mean we are broken or unspiritual or weak. It means we are human. The question is not whether anger will arise. It will. The question is, what do we do in the next moment? Do we feed it or do we see it clearly? This distinction between the arising of anger and the feeding of anger is one of the most practical teachings in all of Buddhism. The Pali word for this feeding process is papanka, which can be translated as mental proliferation, the tendency of the mind to elaborate, to spin stories, to build towers out of a single brick. Here is how papanka works with anger. Someone says something unkind to you. That is one moment, one event, one brick. But then the mind starts building. They always do this. They never respect me. Nobody ever listens. This is just like what happened last year. They probably talk about me behind my back too. Everyone thinks they can walk all over me. One brick has now become a fortress of resentment. And you built it yourself, brick by brick, thought by thought. The Buddha was pointing out something incredibly important here. The initial spark of anger might not be fully within our control. Something happens, and the mind reacts. That reaction can be almost instantaneous, faster than conscious thought. But the story we tell ourselves afterward, the narrative we weave, the way we replay and elaborate and build, that part is where we have a choice. That is where the practice lives. Right there, in the space between the spark and the story. And this brings us to something that deserves our full attention, something that the ancient teachers understood in a way that feels strikingly modern. They knew that anger is not just a thought or an emotion. It is a full-body experience. When anger takes hold of us, it does not simply occupy the mind. It floods the body. The muscles tense. The breathing becomes shallow and rapid. The face flushes. The stomach churns. The hands might tremble or clench. There is heat, actual physical heat, that rises through the chest and into the face and ears. The Buddha spoke of this connection between mind and body more than 2 millennia before modern science began to explore the same territory. He taught that mind and body are not separate entities living under the same roof. They are deeply, intimately interconnected, each influencing the other in an endless dance. And this understanding is not merely philosophical. It has deeply practical implications for how we work with anger. Because if anger lives in the body as much as it lives in the mind, then the body can also be a doorway to calming anger. This is why one of the oldest and most universal practices in the Buddhist tradition is also one of the simplest, mindful breathing. Not some elaborate breathing exercise with counts and holds and special techniques, but simply bringing full, gentle, undivided attention to the breath as it naturally flows in and out. When anger rises and the body tightens and the mind begins to spin its stories, the breath is always there, steady, rhythmic, faithful. It does not judge. It does not take sides. It does not tell you that your anger is justified or unjustified. It simply moves, in and out, like waves on a shore that has seen 1,000 storms and remains unmoved. By bringing attention to the breath, even for a few moments, we interrupt the momentum of anger. We give the mind something other than the story to focus on. We create a small, precious pause. And it is in that pause that everything can change. Because what happens inside that pause, even if it lasts only a few seconds, is nothing short of remarkable. In those few heartbeats of stillness, when we choose to feel the breath instead of chasing the story, the automatic machinery of anger stutters. It loses its grip, even if only slightly. The mind, which a moment ago was racing ahead to compile a list of every wrong ever done to us, suddenly has nowhere to go. It lands on the breath. It feels the air entering the nostrils, filling the lungs, and then leaving again. And in that landing, something softens. Not dramatically. Not all at once. But enough to matter. There is an old account from the Samyutta Nikaya about Sakka, the king of the Devas, who faced a situation that tested his patience in a way most of us can deeply relate to. A powerful being named Vepasiddhi, the lord of the Asuras, had been captured and brought before Sakka. Now, Vepasiddhi was furious. He hurled insults at Sakka with every breath, cursing him, mocking him, calling him every vile name imaginable. Sakka simply stood there, unmoving, unmoved. His charioteer, Matali, was watching all of this and could not understand. He turned to Sakka and said, "Is it out of fear that you endure this, Sakka? Is it because you are weak? How can you stand there listening to Vepasiddhi speak to you this way, face to face, without saying a word?" Sakka's response is worth holding close. He said, "It is not from fear or weakness that I endure Vepasiddhi. How could a wise person like me engage in a battle of words with a fool? Of all the things that can bring conflict to an end, patient endurance is the highest. The one who repays an angry person with more anger only makes things worse. But the one who does not repay anger with anger wins a battle that is hard to win." Matali pressed him again. "But surely, Sakka, people will think you are tolerating this because you are afraid. They will see your silence as weakness." And Sakka answered with something that goes straight to the heart of what we are talking about here. He said, "Let them think what they wish. Whatever others may believe about my silence does not matter. What matters is this: a wise person knows that patience is strength. The fool thinks anger is power. But anger is not power. Anger is a fire that burns down your own house while you stand in it, convinced you are somehow harming your neighbor." This story is extraordinary because it addresses one of the deepest fears we carry about letting go of anger. We are afraid that without our anger, we will be seen as weak. That people will take advantage of us. That our silence will be mistaken for submission. And the truth is, sometimes it will be mistaken for submission. Sometimes people will look at our patience and think it means we have no backbone. But Sakka's teaching cuts through that fear with a blade of clarity. What other people think of our restraint is their business. What we know in our own hearts is ours. And in our own hearts, we know the difference between a person who is silent out of fear and a person who is silent because they have chosen not to feed the fire. This leads us to something very practical: very grounded, something we can carry with us into every difficult conversation, every heated moment, every time we feel that familiar tightening in the chest. It is a technique so simple that the mind almost dismisses it. But its simplicity is exactly what makes it so effective. When you feel anger rising, before you speak, before you act, before you send that message, do one thing: pause and take 3 breaths. Not dramatic, theatrical breaths. Not some exaggerated breathing exercise that draws attention. Just 3 quiet, conscious breaths. In through the nose. Out through the mouth. 3 times. That is all. What those 3 breaths do is deceptively powerful. The first breath interrupts the automatic reaction. The second breath gives the body a moment to begin releasing the tension. The third breath allows just enough clarity to return so that when you do speak, when you do act, it comes from a slightly more conscious place. You are no longer running entirely on autopilot. You have reclaimed a small piece of agency in a moment when anger wanted to take that agency away from you. You might be thinking, 3 breaths. Really? That is going to fix my anger? And the honest answer is no. 3 breaths will not fix anything. But they are not meant to fix. They are meant to create space. And in that space, wisdom can begin to move. Not the grand, cosmic wisdom of enlightened masters, but the small, quiet, human wisdom of knowing that the words you are about to say will hurt someone you love. The wisdom of realizing that the message you are about to send will start a war you do not actually want to fight. The wisdom of seeing, even dimly, that this moment will pass and the damage you do in it might not. The Buddha spoke often about the importance of wise speech, and one of his most practical teachings on this subject comes from the Vaka Sutta, where he laid out a set of simple but profound questions to consider before speaking. Is what you are about to say true? Is it beneficial? Is this the right time to say it? These 3 questions, held gently in the mind before we open our mouths in a moment of anger, can change the entire trajectory of a conversation and sometimes an entire relationship. Because here is what we rarely consider when anger is running the show: words spoken in anger have a weight that other words do not carry. A kind word can be forgotten in a day. A harsh word can echo in someone's heart for decades. We all carry scars from things that were said to us in someone else's moment of rage. Words that were probably regretted seconds after they left the speaker's mouth, but by then it was too late. The arrow had already landed. And we know this because we ourselves have launched those arrows. We know the sick feeling that comes an hour after a fight, when the anger has cooled and we realize what we have said and we wish, desperately wish, we could take it back. But speech does not work that way. Once released, it cannot be recalled, any more than you can put the rain back into a cloud. There is a vivid passage in the Kakakupama Sutta, the discourse on the simile of the saw, where the Buddha presented what is perhaps his most extreme teaching on patience. He told his monks to imagine the worst possible scenario: bandits have captured you, and they are sawing your limbs off with a 2-handled saw. Even in that unimaginable situation, the Buddha said, if you harbor hatred in your heart toward those bandits, you are not following his teaching. Instead, he instructed, you should fill your mind with loving kindness, starting with those very bandits, and extending it outward to the entire world without limit. Now, let us be honest with each other. That teaching is terrifying in its scope. It asks something of us that seems to go beyond the boundaries of what any human being could reasonably do. And yet, the Buddha was not being cruel or unreasonable. He was pointing to something that matters enormously. He was saying, there is no situation, no matter how extreme, in which anger is the correct response. Not because anger is sinful or shameful, but because anger always, without exception, makes things worse for the one who holds it. Consider this carefully. In a moment of extreme suffering, of unimaginable pain, what does anger add? Does it reduce the pain? No. It adds a second layer of suffering on top of the first. There is the physical pain of what is happening to the body, and then there is the mental anguish of hatred, which burns with its own fierce heat. The Buddha was teaching that even in the worst-case scenario, releasing anger is an act of compassion toward ourselves. Not toward the aggressor, although compassion may extend thereto over time, but first and foremost toward our own hearts, which are already enduring enough. And please notice that the Buddha did not simply say, do not be angry. He said to fill the mind with loving kindness instead. This is a crucial detail that is often overlooked. It is not enough to suppress anger, to push it down, to force a blank face over a raging heart. Suppression is not the same as release. When we suppress anger, it does not disappear. It goes underground, where it festers and grows in the dark, only to erupt later in ways we do not expect, ways that are often more destructive than the original anger would have been. The Buddha never taught suppression. He taught transformation. He taught replacing the fire with something else, something luminous, something that does not burn. This is where the practice of loving kindness, or metta, in Pali, becomes not just a nice idea but a genuinely practical tool for working with anger. Metta is sometimes translated as goodwill, or benevolence, or friendliness, and it is essentially the practice of wishing well for others and for ourselves. It sounds soft, almost naive. But in practice, it is one of the most challenging and most powerful things a human being can do. Here is how it works in a moment of anger. Let us say someone has said something deeply hurtful to you. The anger rises. You feel it in your chest, your throat, your clenched hands. You take your 3 breaths. The pause is there. And now, instead of replaying what they said, instead of crafting your devastating response, you silently, privately, without anyone knowing, direct a thought toward them. May you be happy. May you be free from suffering. The first time you try this, every fiber of your being will resist it. Your mind will scream, "Are you serious? This person just hurt me, and you want me to wish them well?" And that resistance is completely natural. It is honest. Do not fight it. Simply notice the resistance, acknowledge it, and gently return to the wish. May you be happy. May you be free from suffering. You do not have to mean it fully the first time. You do not have to feel waves of compassion flooding through you. The feeling will come later, sometimes much later. In the beginning, the words are enough. Even if they feel hollow, even if they feel forced, the simple act of choosing to direct goodwill towards someone who has hurt you begins to rewire something deep inside. It interrupts the story of me against them and plants a tiny seed of something different. It will not bloom immediately. Seeds rarely do. But it is in the soil now, and with time and practice and patience, it will grow. There is a story from the time of the Buddha that illustrates this with breathtaking clarity. The Buddha once had a cousin named Devdatta, who was consumed by jealousy and ambition. Devdatta wanted to lead the Sangha himself, and when the Buddha would not hand over leadership, Devdatta's jealousy curdled into active hatred. He plotted against the Buddha on multiple occasions. Once, he hired archers to assassinate the Buddha. Another time, he rolled a massive boulder down a hillside as the Buddha was walking below, and a splinter from the rock struck the Buddha's foot, drawing blood. And in one of the most dramatic episodes, Devdatta got the royal elephant Nalajirai drunk and released it onto the road where the Buddha was walking with his monks, intending for the crazed animal to trample him. The monks scattered in panic. The streets emptied. People screamed and ran. But the Buddha stood still. He did not run. He did not shout. He simply stood there on the road as this massive, intoxicated, enraged elephant came charging toward him, trunk raised, eyes wild, ready to destroy everything in its path. And then the Buddha did something that no weapon could have accomplished. He extended loving kindness toward the elephant. He suffused the animal with metta, with that quiet, steady, unshakable goodwill that asks for nothing in return. And Nalajirai, this raging, drunken beast, slowed. The wildness left its eyes. It lowered its trunk. And then it walked forward gently and knelt at the Buddha's feet, and the Buddha reached out and touched its forehead. Now, whether we take this story literally or as a teaching metaphor does not change its power. What it shows us is that metta, loving kindness directed without reservation, can reach places that force, argument, and anger never could. The elephant could not be reasoned with. It could not be debated into submission. It could not be fought, not by one unarmed person standing on a road. But it could be met with a quality of heart that transcended the violence of the moment. And that quality of heart transformed the encounter entirely. If loving kindness can calm a drunken elephant, what might it do for a difficult conversation with your partner? What might it do for that coworker who always seems to push your buttons? What might it do for that family member whose words cut deeper than a stranger's ever could, precisely because they know exactly where your vulnerabilities lie? But here is something important. Metta practice is not only for others. In fact, the traditional instructions for metta always begin with oneself. May I be happy. May I be free from suffering. May I be at peace. This is not selfishness. This is foundation. Because the truth that so many of us resist, the truth that is almost painful to acknowledge, is that much of the anger we carry toward others is actually rooted in something unresolved within ourselves. We get angry at others because we are already in pain. Something inside us is wounded, tender, raw, and when someone bumps against that wound, we lash out. But we are not lashing out at the cause of the wound. We are lashing out because the wound exists. This is why the Buddha placed such emphasis on self-compassion, on tending to our own hearts first, not out of selfishness but out of clear-eyed practicality. A person who is at war with themselves cannot truly be at peace with anyone else. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha told a story about a royal elephant trainer named Pesa, who came to the Buddha and expressed frustration about how difficult it is to understand the human mind. Pessa said he could read the mind of an elephant more easily than the mind of a person. He said that people are deceptive and complicated, that they say one thing and mean another, that their minds are full of twists and turns that even the most skilled observer cannot follow. The Buddha agreed with him. He said, "So it is, Pessa. The human mind is more varied, more complex, more deceptive than the mind of any animal. And this is precisely why a person must first learn to understand their own mind before they can hope to understand anyone else." This teaching has direct relevance to our anger. Before we can understand why someone else's behavior triggers us so deeply, we must first understand what is happening inside our own minds. Why does that particular comment sting so much? Why does that specific situation send us spiraling? The answer is almost never about the other person alone. It is about a place inside us that is already sore, already sensitive, already carrying an old hurt that has not yet healed. One of the most honest and tender things we can do is to sit with our anger, not as an enemy to be defeated but as a messenger to be heard. Anger almost always has something to tell us. It might be saying, "This boundary matters to me, and it has been crossed." It might be saying, "This reminds me of an old wound that still needs tending." It might be saying, "There is something here that feels deeply unfair, and my sense of justice is crying out." Listening to anger is different from obeying anger. When we obey anger, we let it steer. When we listen to it, we let it speak, we take in the information, and then we choose our response with the fullness of our awareness. There is a beautiful practice that comes from the contemplative traditions within Buddhism, sometimes called holding anger like a baby. When a baby cries, a skilled and loving parent does not shout at the baby to stop. They do not pretend the baby is not crying. They do not analyze why the baby is crying and deliver a lecture on the appropriate volume for expressing distress. They simply pick the baby up, hold it close, and offer warmth and presence. They say, without words, "You are heard. You are held. It is safe to feel this." We can do the same thing with our anger. When it arises, instead of fighting it or feeding it, we can hold it. We can bring attention to the feeling in the body, the heat, the tightness, the trembling, and we can offer ourselves the same gentle presence that a parent offers a crying child. You are angry. That is okay. You are allowed to feel this. Let me stay with you while this passes. This might sound unusual, even strange. We are so conditioned to see anger as something to either express explosively or suppress entirely that the idea of simply holding it with tenderness can feel foreign. But it works. Not because it magically dissolves the anger, but because it changes our relationship to it. We move from being anger's hostage to being its caretaker. And a caretaker has a very different kind of power than a hostage. Now, there is another layer to this practice that takes it even deeper, and it involves turning our attention not just to our own anger but to the suffering of the person who provoked it. This is where things get truly challenging, and truly transformative. When someone hurts us, our instinct is to see them as the villain in our story. They are the one who caused our pain, therefore they are the problem, therefore they are the enemy. But the Buddha invited us to look more carefully. He asked us to consider, why does a person act cruelly? Why does a person speak harshly? Why does a person behave in ways that cause suffering to others? And his answer, given in many different teachings across the vast body of suttas, was consistent: people who cause suffering are themselves suffering. Cruelty does not arise from a place of contentment. Harsh speech does not come from a peaceful heart. When someone lashes out at you, they are, in that moment, in pain. Their pain may not be visible. It may not be something they are aware of. They may be the last person to recognize their own suffering. But it is there, underneath the anger, underneath the cruelty, driving the behavior like an unseen current beneath a turbulent surface. This does not excuse their behavior. Let us be very clear about that. Understanding why someone acts badly does not mean accepting that behavior or pretending it is okay. But it does change the lens through which we see them. They shift from being a villain to being a person in pain. And that shift, subtle as it may seem, has the power to dissolve our anger at its very root. Because it is very hard to stay furious at someone once you truly see their suffering. It is like trying to stay angry at a person who is crying. The anger may still be there, but it starts to soften at the edges. Compassion begins to seep in, not because we forced it, but because we saw clearly. The Buddha had a student named Angulimala, whose story is one of the most dramatic and transformative accounts in all of Buddhist literature. Before meeting the Buddha, Angulimala was a serial killer. His name literally means garland of fingers, because he wore a necklace made of the fingers of his victims. He had been manipulated by a corrupt teacher into believing that he needed to kill 1,000 people as part of a spiritual practice. By the time he encountered the Buddha, he had already killed 999 people and was hunting for his 1,000th victim. When Angulimala saw the Buddha walking alone on the road, he saw his final victim. He charged after the Buddha with his sword raised. But no matter how fast Angulimala ran, he could not close the distance between them. The Buddha, walking at a normal, unhurried pace, remained always just out of reach. Finally, exhausted and bewildered, Angulimala shouted, "Stop! Stand still!" And the Buddha turned and said, calmly, "I have stopped, Angulimala. It is you who have not stopped." That single sentence pierced through everything. The Buddha was not talking about physical movement. He was talking about the violence, the rage, the suffering that had been driving Angulimala forward, victim after victim, finger after finger, unable to stop, unable to see what he had become. And in that moment of recognition, Angulimala dropped his sword. He fell to his knees. He wept. And he asked to become a monk. The Buddha accepted him. Now imagine the reaction of the community. A mass murderer, welcomed into the monastic order. The families of his victims were outraged. People threw stones at Angulimala when he walked through the streets for alms. He returned to the monastery bleeding, bruised, his robe torn. And the Buddha looked at him and said, "Bear it, Angulimala. You are experiencing now the results of deeds for which you might otherwise have suffered for a very long time." Angulimala bore it. He endured the stones, the hatred, the fury of the people, not because he did not feel it, but because he understood, deeply and truly, that their anger was born of their pain, the pain that he himself had caused. And he did not meet their anger with anger. He met it with acceptance and with a grief that went far deeper than the bruises on his body. This story, in all its rawness, teaches us something that no simple slogan ever could. It teaches us that transformation is possible even for those who seem beyond redemption. It teaches us that anger, no matter how justified it may feel, does not have to be the final word. And it teaches us that the path from violence to peace is walked not in a single dramatic leap but in the daily, unglamorous, sometimes painful practice of choosing a different response. So where does this leave us, you and me, sitting here together? We are not Angulimala. We are not Punna going off to face hostile villagers. We are not Saka being cursed by a demon. We are just people, ordinary people, trying to live our lives without being consumed by the fires that burn inside us. And the practices we have been exploring, noticing anger when it arises, taking 3 breaths before responding, directing loving kindness toward ourselves and others, listening to anger as a messenger, seeing the suffering in those who hurt us, these are not the practices of monks on mountaintops. These are the practices of anyone with a beating heart and a willingness to try. And willingness is the key word there. Not perfection. Not discipline. Not spiritual achievement. Just willingness. The willingness to try, again and again, knowing full well that we will fail, that we will lose our temper, that we will say things we regret, that we will lie awake at night with that familiar burning in the chest. And then, the next morning, the willingness to begin again. There is a phrase in the Buddhist tradition that captures this beautifully. It is called beginner's mind. The idea that every moment of practice is a fresh start, unclouded by past failures or future expectations. When anger rises and we notice it, we are beginning. When we take 3 breaths and then lose our temper anyway, and then later remember what we intended to do, we are beginning again. Every moment of awareness is a new beginning. And there is something profoundly liberating about that. It means we never truly fail, because every failure is simply another opportunity to begin. Let me share with you another story from the ancient texts, one that speaks directly to the question of what to do when anger feels overwhelming, when it feels bigger than anything we could possibly manage. In the Vinaya Pitaka, the collection of monastic rules and their origin stories, there is an account of a prince named Dagavu, whose story is one of the most gripping and emotionally complex narratives in the entire Pali Canon. Dagavu was the son of King Daigaiti, who ruled a small kingdom called Kosala. A more powerful king, Brahmadatta of Kasi, invaded and conquered Daigaiti's kingdom. Daigaiti and his queen fled in disguise, hiding among the common people, and for a time they lived in secret, unrecognized, on the outskirts of Brahmadatta's capital. But eventually they were discovered. Brahmadatta's soldiers captured King Daigaiti and his queen and paraded them through the streets. They were to be executed publicly. Young Dagavu, who had been sent away for safety, heard the news and rushed back, desperate, knowing he could do nothing but unable to stay away. He arrived just in time to see his parents bound and being led to their death. And in that terrible moment, with the executioner standing ready, King Daigaiti saw his son in the crowd. Their eyes met. And Daigaiti, knowing these would be his last words, spoke aloud, in a voice that seemed to be addressing no one in particular but was meant entirely for his son, "Dear Dagavu, do not look long. Do not look short. For hatred is not appeased by hatred. Hatred is appeased only by non-hatred. This is an eternal truth." Then Daigaiti and his queen were killed. Dagavu was shattered. He was a young man who had just watched his parents murdered before his eyes. Everything in him screamed for revenge. Every instinct, every drop of blood, every fiber of grief demanded that he find a way to destroy King Brahmadatta. And he had every reason, every justification, every right, by any worldly measure, to pursue that vengeance. But his father's last words lodged in his heart like an arrow of a different kind. Hatred is not appeased by hatred. What did that mean? How could a son who had just watched his parents die possibly live by those words? Dagavu did something remarkable. Instead of raising an army, instead of hiring assassins, instead of plotting from the shadows, he disguised himself and entered King Brahmadatta's service. He became a servant in the royal household. He worked hard, proved himself capable, and over time, rose through the ranks until he became one of the king's most trusted attendants. The king grew fond of him without ever knowing who he truly was. One day, the king went hunting, and Dagavu was assigned to drive the royal chariot. They rode deep into the forest, far from the palace, far from the guards. At some point, the king grew tired and lay down to rest, placing his head in Dagavu's lap, trusting him completely. The king fell asleep. And there it was. The moment Dagavu had waited for, whether consciously or not, since the day his parents were killed. The king was asleep in his lap, utterly vulnerable. No guards. No witnesses. Dagavu had a sword. One stroke, and his parents would be avenged. One stroke, and the debt of blood would be repaid. One stroke, and justice, as the world understands justice, would be served. Dagavu drew his sword. He raised it. His hands trembled. And then his father's voice returned, "Do not look long. Do not look short. Hatred is not appeased by hatred." He lowered the sword. He could not do it. Not because he was weak. Not because he was afraid. But because in that suspended moment, with the blade in the air and the sleeping king beneath him, he saw the truth his father had tried to give him. If he killed Brahmadatta, Brahmadatta's followers would hunt him. If they killed him, his followers would seek revenge in turn. And so it would go, generation after generation, an endless chain of blood answering blood, grief answering grief, with no resolution, no peace, no end. The cycle would simply continue, powered by its own terrible momentum, consuming everyone it touched. Dagavu sheathed his sword. He let the king sleep. But the story did not end there. Brahmadatta woke up in a state of terror. He had dreamed, while sleeping in Dagavu's lap, that the son of King Daigaiti was about to kill him. He woke gasping, wild-eyed, gripped by the very fear that his own actions had set in motion years ago. And Dagavu, in a moment of extraordinary courage, revealed himself. He told the king who he was. He told him everything. He said, "I am Dagavu, the son of King Daigaiti, whom you killed along with my queen mother. You took everything from me. I had the chance to take your life just now, while you slept. But my father, with his dying breath, told me that hatred is not appeased by hatred. And so I have put down my sword." King Brahmadatta was stunned. He looked at the young man who could have killed him, who had every reason to kill him, and who had chosen not to. And in that moment, something cracked open in Brahmadatta too. He saw, perhaps for the first time, the full weight of what he had done. He saw the suffering he had caused, not as an abstract political act but as a personal devastation visited upon a real human being who was now sitting before him, showing him a mercy he did not deserve. Brahmadatta asked Dagavu for forgiveness. He restored his kingdom. And according to the texts, the two of them kept peace between their kingdoms for the rest of their lives. This story is extraordinary for many reasons, but the one I want to draw your attention to is the moment with the sword. That suspended moment when Dagavu held the blade above the sleeping king. That is the moment we all face, in our own less dramatic but equally real ways, every time anger gives us the opportunity to strike. We may not hold a literal sword, but we hold words that can wound just as deeply. We hold silences that can punish. We hold the power to withdraw love, to cut someone off, to deliver the perfect devastating truth at the perfect devastating moment. And anger whispers to us, do it. They deserve it. This is justice. But Dagavu's story asks us to consider, what comes after the strike? What happens on the other side of revenge? Does the pain stop? Does the grief lift? Does the wound heal? Or does it simply create new wounds, in new hearts, that will one day demand their own vengeance? The Buddha used this very story when speaking to monks who were engaged in a dispute. He told them the tale of Dagavu and then said, if such patience and gentleness could be practiced by a young prince who had watched his parents murdered before his eyes, surely you, who have gone forth from the household life into homelessness, who have devoted yourselves to this path, can practice patience and gentleness with one another. There is a gentle rebuke in those words, but also an enormous compassion. The Buddha was not shaming his monks. He was reminding them of what is possible. He was saying, the capacity for this kind of restraint, this kind of forgiveness, lives inside every one of us. It is not reserved for saints and princes and heroes. It is a human capacity, available to any human being willing to reach for it. And this brings us to a question that many people wrestle with deeply when they begin to explore this path. Does letting go of anger mean letting go of justice? If we stop being angry, do we stop caring about what is right and wrong? If we forgive those who have harmed us, does that mean we condone what they did? The answer, clearly and firmly, is no. The Buddha never taught passivity. He never taught indifference. He never taught that we should lie down and allow others to harm us without response. What he taught was that our response does not have to be fueled by hatred. We can act firmly, decisively, even forcefully, without anger being the engine that drives the action. Think about it this way. A doctor who performs surgery cuts into a patient's body with a blade. That is, on the surface, an act of violence. But no one calls it violence, because the intention behind the blade is healing, not harm. The doctor is not angry at the patient. The doctor is acting out of care, out of knowledge, out of a commitment to the patient's well-being. The action is precise, measured, and aimed at a specific beneficial outcome. In the same way, we can address injustice, set boundaries, protect ourselves and others, and say, this is not acceptable, without hatred in our hearts. In fact, we can do all of these things more effectively without hatred, because hatred distorts our perception. It makes us see the other person as entirely bad, which is never true. It makes us overreact or underreact, because we are responding to our emotional state rather than to the actual situation. And it exhausts us, because maintaining hatred requires enormous energy that could be directed toward actually solving the problem. The Dhammapada, that treasury of short verses attributed to the Buddha, opens with a pair of verses that set the tone for everything that follows. They say, "Mind is the forerunner of all actions. All deeds are led by mind, created by mind. If one speaks or acts with a corrupt mind, suffering follows, as the wheel of the cart follows the hoof of the ox. If one speaks or acts with a serene mind, happiness follows, like a shadow that never departs." These opening verses establish something foundational. The quality of our inner life determines the quality of our outer life. Not in some magical, mystical way, but in a direct, practical, observable way. When we act from anger, the results carry the flavor of anger. When we act from clarity and compassion, the results carry the flavor of clarity and compassion. This is not philosophy. This is something each of us can verify in our own experience. Think of the last time you made a decision while angry. How did it turn out? Think of the last time you made a decision from a place of calm clarity. How did that turn out? Most of us, if we are honest, will see the pattern immediately. Anger produces messy, regrettable, complicated results. Clarity produces cleaner, more sustainable, more genuinely helpful results. This is not always the case, of course. Life is complex, and sometimes anger points us in the right direction even if the fuel is toxic. But as a general principle, the correlation between inner state and outer outcome is remarkably consistent. So how do we cultivate that inner clarity, especially in moments when anger is at its most intense? We have talked about the pause, the 3 breaths, the practice of metta, the willingness to see the suffering in those who hurt us. Let us now go deeper into one more practice that the Buddha taught specifically for working with anger, a practice that is sometimes called reflection on the ownership of action, or in Pali, Kammasakata. This practice is deceptively simple but has the power to fundamentally shift the way we relate to anger. It works like this: when someone has angered you, instead of focusing on what they did, you turn your attention to a contemplation of this kind: all beings are the owners of their actions. Their actions are the womb from which they are born. Their actions are their companions, their refuge. Whatever they do, for good or for ill, they will inherit the results. This is not a vindictive thought. It is not, they will get what is coming to them. It is something much more subtle and much more liberating. It is the recognition that you do not need to be the enforcer of consequences. You do not need to carry the burden of making sure that justice is served, that the other person gets their punishment, that the scales are balanced. The natural law of cause and effect, which the Buddha called karma, handles that. Not as some cosmic judge handing down sentences from above, but as the natural unfolding of actions and their consequences, just as a seed planted in soil will produce a plant of the same kind. When you truly take this in, something remarkable happens. The weight lifts. You realize that you have been carrying a burden that was never yours to carry. The burden of making sure the other person suffers for what they did. The burden of being the agent of karmic justice. And when you set that burden down, you find that much of your anger was actually tied up in that burden. You were not just angry about what happened. You were angry because you felt responsible for making it right, for evening the score, for ensuring that the universe noticed the injustice and responded accordingly. But you are not responsible for that. You never were. Your only responsibility, the only thing that is truly in your power, is the quality of your own actions, the quality of your own mind, the quality of your own heart. That is your domain. Everything else is the domain of forces much larger than any individual. There is a story in the Akosa Sutta, the discourse on insult, that illustrates this with perfect clarity. A Brahmin named Akasaka Bharadvaja, which literally means Bharadvaja the abusive, came to the Buddha in a rage. He had heard that another member of his clan had become a follower of the Buddha, and this infuriated him. He stormed up to the Buddha and unleashed a torrent of abuse, insults, curses, the full force of his anger pouring out like water from an overturned vessel. The Buddha listened quietly. When the Brahmin had finished, the Buddha asked him a simple question: "Brahmin, do you sometimes have guests who visit your home?" The Brahmin, confused by the change of subject, said yes. "And when those guests arrive, do you sometimes prepare food and drink for them?" "Yes," the Brahmin said, still confused. "And if those guests do not accept the food and drink you have prepared, who does the food belong to?" The Brahmin answered without hesitation, "Well, it would still belong to me." And the Buddha said, "In the same way, Brahmin, I do not accept your abuse. I do not accept your insults. I do not accept your anger. Therefore, they still belong to you. They remain yours. You are the one who carries them. You are the one who will bear their weight." The Brahmin was stunned. The logic was impeccable. You cannot force someone to accept a gift they do not want. And anger, insults, abuse, these are gifts of a sort, terrible gifts that the giver desperately wants the recipient to accept. Because if the recipient accepts them, then the giver has succeeded in transferring their suffering. They have offloaded their pain onto someone else. But if the recipient simply does not accept, does not pick up what has been thrown at their feet, then the suffering remains with the one who generated it. This is not a technique of cold indifference. The Buddha was not teaching his followers to become emotional walls, impervious and unfeeling. He was teaching something much more nuanced. He was saying, you have a choice about what you take in. When someone directs anger at you, you can feel the impact of it, you can acknowledge that it happened, you can even feel sadness or concern for the person who is so consumed by their own rage that they need to fling it at others. But you do not have to internalize it. You do not have to make their anger your anger. You do not have to pick up the package they have thrown at you and carry it around as if it were yours. This is a profound act of freedom. And it is available to us in every moment of every day. Every time someone honks at us in traffic, every time a coworker makes a snide remark, every time a family member pushes that one button they know so well, we have the choice: do I pick this up, or do I let it lie where it fell? Now, I want to be very honest here, because honesty is more valuable than comfort. This is not easy. Letting anger lie where it fell, not picking it up, not chewing on it, not replaying the offense over and over in our minds, this is one of the hardest things a human being can learn to do. Our minds are built for rumination. We are wired to replay threats, to analyze social conflicts, to hold on to grievances as a form of self-protection. Telling someone to just let it go is about as helpful as telling someone with insomnia to just fall asleep. The instruction is technically correct but practically useless without the skills to back it up. And that is why practice matters so much. That is why the Buddha did not simply give teachings and send people on their way. He established a community of practice, a sangha, where people could support each other in the daily, unglamorous, often frustrating work of training the mind. Because the mind does not change through a single insight, no matter how profound. It changes through repetition, through habit, through the patient, persistent application of awareness to the moments of our lives. Think of it like learning to play a musical instrument. The first time you sit down at a piano, your fingers are clumsy, uncoordinated, seemingly incapable of producing anything resembling music. But you practice. Day after day, you return to the instrument. You play scales. You stumble through simple melodies. You make mistakes, countless mistakes, and each time you come back and try again. And slowly, so slowly that you barely notice it happening, your fingers begin to remember. They find the keys without being told. The music starts to flow. Not because you achieved some dramatic breakthrough, but because the patient accumulation of practice has rewired the connections between your brain and your hands. Working with anger is exactly the same. The first time you try to pause before reacting, you will probably fail. The first time you try to direct metta towards someone who has hurt you, it will probably feel hollow and forced. The first time you try to let an insult lie where it fell without picking it up, your mind will probably chase after it like a dog after a thrown stick, snatching it up before you even realize what has happened. That is fine. That is exactly how it is supposed to work. The practice is not about getting it right. The practice is about getting it at all. Every moment of awareness, even the ones that come after we have already reacted, is a moment of practice. Even noticing, an hour after the argument, "Oh, I was angry, and I said things I did not mean," is practice. It is not perfect practice. It is not timely practice. But it is practice nonetheless, and it lays the groundwork for the next time, when perhaps we will notice a few minutes sooner. And the time after that, a few minutes sooner still. And eventually, one day, we will notice in real time, in the very moment that anger arises, and we will have the presence of mind to choose a different response. That day may come quickly or it may take years. It does not matter. What matters is the direction we are moving, not the speed at which we are traveling. There is a teaching from the Anguttara Nikaya that speaks directly to this process of gradual transformation. The Buddha compared the training of the mind to the gradual sloping of the ocean floor. He said, just as the great ocean slopes gradually, inclines gradually, shelves gradually, without any abrupt precipice, so too in this teaching and practice, the training is gradual, the progress is gradual, the penetration of insight is gradual, without any sudden leap to the final goal. This is enormously reassuring for those of us who feel that our anger is too deep, too old, too embedded in our personality to ever truly change. The Buddha is saying, you do not need to change all at once. You do not need a dramatic awakening. You do not need to become a saint overnight. You need only to incline in the right direction, like water flowing slowly but surely toward the sea. And there is one more dimension to working with anger that we have not yet fully explored, one that many people find the most difficult of all. It is the question of self-directed anger. The anger we turn inward, against ourselves. The voice inside that says, "You should have known better, you are not good enough, you always do this, what is wrong with you?" This inner critic, this relentless judge who sits in the courtroom of our minds handing down sentences from dawn to dusk, is perhaps the most destructive form of anger there is, precisely because it has no escape. When someone else is angry at us, we can walk away, change the subject, leave the room. But when we are angry at ourselves, there is nowhere to go. We are trapped with our own jailer. The Buddha addressed this form of suffering with characteristic directness and compassion. In the Adivagga chapter of the Dhammapada, he taught, "You yourself must strive." The Buddhas only point the way. But also, you yourself must be your own refuge. Who else could be your refuge? There is a tenderness in that instruction that is easy to miss. The Buddha is not saying, fix yourself. He is saying, be your own refuge. A refuge is a place of safety, of shelter, of warmth. It is not a courtroom. It is not a prison. To be your own refuge means to treat yourself with the same kindness, the same patience, the same forgiveness that you would offer to someone you love deeply. And this is where the metta practice we discussed earlier becomes especially important. May I be happy. May I be free from suffering. May I be at peace. These are not empty affirmations. They are acts of radical self-compassion directed at the one person we most often forget to include in our circle of care, ourselves. Many people find it far easier to wish well for others than for themselves. They can generate genuine warmth and goodwill toward friends, family, even strangers, but when they turn that same attention inward, they hit a wall. Something inside resists. A voice says, "I do not deserve this kindness. I have made too many mistakes. I am too flawed, too broken, too far gone." That voice is anger. It is anger turned inward, dressed up as honesty, pretending to be truth when it is actually just another form of suffering. And it can be met with the same practices we have been exploring all along. We can notice it when it arises. We can take 3 breaths. We can hold it gently, like a crying child. And we can choose, again and again, to offer ourselves the kindness that the voice says we do not deserve. Because here is the deepest truth about anger: whether it is directed outward or inward, it thrives on the illusion of separation. Anger says, "I am here, and the enemy is there, and there is a wall between us." When we are angry at another person, the wall separates us from them. When we are angry at ourselves, the wall separates us from our own hearts. And the practice of compassion, in all its forms, is the practice of dissolving that wall. Not by force, not by pretending it does not exist, but by seeing through it, by recognizing that the wall is made of nothing more substantial than our own thoughts, and that thoughts, no matter how convincing they may seem, are not solid. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the great discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha gave detailed instructions for observing the arising and passing of mental states. He said to notice when anger is present, simply noting anger is present. And to notice when anger is absent, simply noting anger is absent. No judgment. No commentary. No story about why the anger is there or whose fault it is. Just the bare, clean recognition, this is here now. And then, a little later, this is no longer here. That simple noting practice reveals something revolutionary. Anger is not permanent. It arises, it persists for a while, and then it passes. Every single time. Without exception. No anger has ever lasted forever. No rage, no matter how intense, has sustained itself indefinitely. Like all mental states, anger is impermanent, and recognizing its impermanence is one of the most powerful tools we have for working with it. Because when we are in the grip of anger, it feels eternal. It feels like this is how things are and how they will always be. The mind cannot imagine a time when this particular fury will have passed. But it will pass. It always does. And knowing that it will pass, truly knowing it in our bones and not just intellectually, gives us the strength to endure it without acting on it. We can sit with the fire, feeling its heat, knowing that it will burn itself out, and we do not need to throw fuel on it to keep it going. We do not need to feed it with stories and justifications and mental rehearsals of what we should have said. We can simply let it be, and let it go, in its own time. This leads us to a practice that combines many of the elements we have discussed into a single, integrated approach to working with anger. I would like to walk you through it step by step, not as a rigid formula but as a gentle guide that you can adapt to your own needs and temperament. When anger arises, the first step is recognition. Simply acknowledge to yourself, anger is here. Not, I am angry, which identifies you with the anger, but anger is here, which recognizes the anger as a visitor, a temporary presence in the vast space of your awareness. This subtle shift in language makes a real difference. I am angry means anger is who I am. Anger is here means anger is something passing through. The second step is the pause. 3 breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Feeling each breath fully, feeling the air against your nostrils, the rise and fall of your chest. This is not a suppression technique. You are not breathing to push the anger away. You are breathing to create space around it, to give it room to exist without taking over. The third step is investigation. With gentle curiosity, not with the harsh interrogation of the inner critic, ask yourself, where do I feel this in my body? What sensations are present? Is there heat? Tightness? Trembling? A clenching in the jaw or the fists? You do not need to analyze the sensations or try to change them. Just notice them. Let your awareness rest on them the way sunlight rests on a field. The fourth step is non-identification. Remind yourself, this is not me. This is not mine. This is a pattern of energy arising in the body and mind, conditioned by countless factors, most of which are beyond my control. I did not choose to feel this anger any more than I chose to feel hungry or sleepy. It arose on its own, and it will pass on its own. The fifth step, and this is the one that requires the most courage, is compassion. Offer yourself kindness. Silently, inwardly, say, this is a moment of suffering. Suffering is part of being human. May I be kind to myself in this moment. And if you can, extend that compassion outward, toward the person who triggered the anger. They too are suffering. They too are doing their best with the tools they have. May they be free from the pain that drives them to cause pain. These 5 steps, recognition, pause, investigation, non-identification, and compassion, are not a magic formula. They will not always work perfectly. Sometimes you will get stuck on step 1 and never make it to step 2. Sometimes you will sail through all 5 steps and still feel angry afterward. That is okay. The point is not to eliminate anger. The point is to change your relationship to it. To move from being its prisoner to being its witness. To move from being someone who is controlled by anger to someone who can hold anger with awareness and choose how to respond. And over time, with practice, something begins to shift. Not dramatically. Not all at once. But gradually, like the ocean floor sloping toward the deep. You notice that the gap between the trigger and your response grows a little wider. You notice that the intensity of the anger diminishes a little sooner. You notice that you can hold difficult conversations with a steadiness that was not there before. You notice that the old stories, the ones you used to replay endlessly, the grudges you used to polish like treasured possessions, begin to lose their grip. They are still there, perhaps, but they no longer run the show. And one day, in a moment you least expect, someone will say something that used to send you spiraling, and you will notice a strange thing: the anger does not come. Or it comes, but softly, like a distant echo rather than a thunderclap. And you will realize, with a quiet amazement that needs no fanfare, that something has changed. Not because you forced it. Not because you achieved some spiritual milestone. But because the patient, persistent, unglamorous work of practice has, breath by breath, moment by moment, transformed the landscape of your inner world. The Buddha said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love." This is an unalterable law. He did not say it would be easy. He did not say it would be quick. He said it was unalterable. A law as reliable as gravity, as certain as the turning of the seasons, as dependable as the sunrise. It does not require belief. It does not require faith in anything supernatural. It requires only the willingness to test it in the laboratory of your own life and to observe the results with honest eyes. And perhaps no story in the entire Buddhist canon demonstrates the transformative power of this law more dramatically than the story of Angulimala. If the story of Prince Dagavus showed us what it means to forgive one who has killed our loved ones, the story of Angulimala shows us something even more radical, that even the most violent, most destructive, most seemingly irredeemable human being carries within them the seed of awakening. That no one is beyond the reach of transformation. That the deepest anger, the most terrible cruelty, can be met with compassion and, through that meeting, be utterly changed. Angulimala was a serial killer. There is no softer way to say it. His name literally means, garland of fingers, because he wore around his neck a necklace made from the fingers of those he had murdered. By the time the Buddha encountered him, Angulimala had killed 999 people. He was hunting for his 1,000th victim. The backstory, as told in the commentaries, adds layers of tragedy to what might otherwise seem like simple monstrousness. Angulimala, whose birth name was Ahimsaka, meaning the harmless one, had been a brilliant and devoted student. He was so talented and so beloved by his teacher that the other students grew jealous. They poisoned the teacher's mind against him, whispering lies, insinuating that Ahimsaka was arrogant, that he looked down on his master, that he harbored designs on the teacher's wife. The teacher, consumed by jealousy and suspicion, devised a way to destroy his own student. He told Ahimsaka that the final lesson, the one that would complete his education, required a terrible offering, the fingers of 1,000 human beings. This was, of course, an impossible and monstrous demand designed to either kill Ahimsaka or turn him into an outcast. But Ahimsaka, warped by misguided devotion to his teacher, obedient to the point of self-destruction, set out to fulfill the task. And somewhere along the way, the gentle young student named Harmless became the monster named Garland of Fingers. The violence itself changed him. Each killing made the next one easier. Each finger added to the necklace hardened something inside him. He became what the violence made him, a creature of rage and blood, feared by everyone, hunted by the king's soldiers, living like an animal in the forest. And this is worth pausing on, because it tells us something essential about the nature of anger and violence. Angulimala did not begin as a monster. No one does. He began as a kind, intelligent young man who was manipulated by someone he trusted. He was a victim before he was a perpetrator. This does not excuse what he did. Nothing can excuse the taking of 999 lives. But it reminds us that the line between victim and perpetrator is not always as clear as we would like it to be. Hurt people, as the saying goes. The violence that flows out of us almost always flowed into us first, from somewhere, from someone, sometimes from someone who was themselves a vessel for pain they did not know how to hold. When the Buddha heard about Angulimala, his monks and followers were terrified. They begged him not to go near the forest where the killer lurked. Even the king's soldiers were afraid to enter that territory. But the Buddha went anyway, walking calmly along the forest road, alone, unhurried, as if he were taking a morning stroll through a garden. Angulimala saw him from a distance. A lone monk, unarmed, walking directly toward him. Easy prey. The 1,000th victim. The one who would complete the garland. Angulimala seized his weapons and charged. But something strange happened. No matter how fast Angulimala ran, he could not catch the Buddha. The Buddha was walking at a normal pace, and yet the distance between them did not close. Angulimala ran harder, faster, pouring every ounce of his strength into the pursuit, and still the monk remained just out of reach, walking serenely, never once looking back. Finally, exhausted, gasping, Angulimala shouted, "Stop, monk! Stop!" And the Buddha, still walking, replied, "I have stopped, Angulimala. It is you who have not stopped." Angulimala was confused. "What do you mean? You are walking, and I am standing still." The Buddha turned and faced him. "I have stopped committing violence against all living beings. I have stopped causing harm. I have stopped. But you, Angulimala, you have not stopped. You continue to harm, to kill, to cause suffering. It is you who must stop." And in that moment, something shattered inside Angulimala. Not his body. His delusion. The word struck him with a force that no weapon could match. because they were aimed not at his flesh but at the truth buried deep beneath the layers of violence and rage and blind obedience that had consumed his life. The truth that he had been a Himsika once. The harmless one. The gentle student. The young man who would never have hurt a living creature. That person was still inside him, buried but not dead, waiting to be called back to the surface. Angulimala threw down his weapons. He fell at the Buddha's feet. He wept. And he asked to be ordained as a monk. The Buddha accepted him. This in itself was an act of breathtaking courage and compassion. The Buddha did not say, "First you must atone." He did not say, "First you must prove yourself worthy." He did not say, "What you have done is too terrible for forgiveness." He simply accepted him, as he was, in that moment, with all the blood on his hands and all the pain in his heart. Angulimala's transformation was not instantaneous in its effects, even though the turning point was a single moment. He had to live with what he had done. When he went on alms rounds in the nearby villages, people recognized him. They threw stones at him. They cursed him. They beat him. He would return to the monastery bloody and bruised, his robes torn, his body battered. And each time, the Buddha would say to him, "Bear it, Brahmin. Bear it. You are experiencing now the results of actions for which you would otherwise have suffered for a very long time." This is not cruelty on the Buddha's part. It is realism. The law of cause and effect does not evaporate because we have had a change of heart. The consequences of our actions continue to unfold even after we have turned away from the actions themselves. But, and this is the crucial point, the suffering that Angulimala experienced as a monk, the stones, the curses, the bruises, was finite. It was a fraction of what would have awaited him had he continued down his path of violence. And Angulimala, against all odds, attained full awakening. He became an arahant, one who has completely uprooted greed, hatred, and delusion. The man who had killed 999 people became fully enlightened. This is perhaps the most radical statement in all of Buddhism about the possibility of change. It says that no amount of past wrongdoing, no depth of anger or violence or cruelty, can permanently bar a being from liberation. The door is always open. The path is always available. The only question is whether we are willing to turn around and walk through it. Now, I want to be careful here, because this story can be misunderstood. It is not a story about cheap grace. It is not saying that terrible actions do not matter, that you can do whatever you want and simply change your mind later without consequence. Angulimala suffered enormously for what he had done. The people he killed remained dead. The families he destroyed remained destroyed. The karma of his actions continued to bear fruit even after his awakening. The story is not about escaping consequences. It is about the possibility of transformation despite consequences. It is about the fact that the human heart, no matter how deeply buried under layers of anger and violence and self-deception, retains the capacity for awakening. And this applies to all of us, not just to dramatic cases like Angulimala. It applies to the person who has spent decades nursing resentment against a parent. It applies to the person who has destroyed a marriage through chronic rage. It applies to the person who cannot forgive themselves for something they said in anger 20 years ago. The door is open. The path is available. It does not matter how long you have been walking in the wrong direction. The moment you turn around, you are facing home. Let us turn now to what the Buddha called the 3 roots of unwholesome action, because understanding these roots helps us understand anger at a much deeper structural level. The 3 roots are lobha, dosa, and moha, commonly translated as greed, hatred, and delusion. These 3 are sometimes called the 3 poisons, and they are considered the fundamental drivers of all suffering. Anger, or dosa, does not arise in isolation. It is always intertwined with the other 2 poisons. When we are angry, there is always an element of delusion involved, because anger distorts our perception, making us see the situation as worse than it is, making us see the other person as more malicious than they are, making us see ourselves as more victimized than we are. And there is usually an element of greed as well, because anger typically arises when something we want is threatened, something we want to keep is being taken away, or something we want to avoid is being forced upon us. Anger, in other words, is not a standalone emotion. It is a node in a network of mental factors that support and reinforce each other. This is why working with anger is never just about anger. When we practice patience, we are also practicing clarity, because we are learning to see through the distortions that anger creates. When we practice forgiveness, we are also practicing letting go of attachment, because we are releasing our grip on the demand that reality conform to our expectations. And when we practice compassion, we are working against all 3 poisons simultaneously, because compassion is incompatible with greed, with hatred, and with delusion. The Buddha illustrated the interconnected nature of the 3 poisons with many vivid metaphors, but one of the most striking comes from the Kakakupama Sutta, the simile of the saw. This is one of the most extreme and challenging teachings on patience in the entire canon, and it pushes the idea of non-retaliation to its absolute limit. The teaching arose because a monk named Molliya Faguna had been spending too much time with a group of nuns. Other monks criticized the nuns, and Faguna became angry on their behalf, defending them aggressively. The nuns, in turn, became angry on Faguna's behalf when other monks criticized him. The Buddha addressed this mutual defensiveness and escalation, and in the course of his teaching, he delivered this remarkable instruction. Monks, even if bandits were to sever you limb by limb with a 2-handled saw, whoever of you harbors ill will at heart toward them would not be carrying out my teaching. At that time, you should train yourselves thus: our minds will remain unaffected, and we shall speak no evil word. We shall dwell with compassion for their welfare, with a mind of loving kindness, without inner hatred. We shall pervade them with a mind imbued with loving kindness, vast, exalted, immeasurable, without hostility and without ill will. This teaching has troubled and inspired students of Buddhism for over 2,000 years. It is, on its face, an impossible standard. Maintain loving kindness while being sought apart. How can any human being possibly achieve that? And is it even desirable? Is there not something disturbing about asking people to feel love toward those who are literally dismembering them? These are fair questions, and they deserve honest engagement. The first thing to understand is that the Buddha was not describing a likely scenario. He was using the most extreme example imaginable to make a point about the boundlessness of the aspiration. He was saying, if your commitment to non-hatred extends even to this unthinkable extreme, then certainly it can extend to the everyday provocations that actually populate your life. If you can aspire to patience even in the face of being sought apart, then surely you can aspire to patience when your coworker takes credit for your work, when your partner forgets your birthday, when a stranger cuts you off in traffic. The teaching is not about achieving perfection. It is about the direction of aspiration. It is about aiming high enough that even if you fall short, you still land in a far better place than you would have if your aim had been lower. The second thing to understand is that this teaching is intimately connected to the Buddhist understanding of self. If there is no fixed, permanent, independent self, as the Buddha taught in the doctrine of anatta, then who exactly is being harmed? Who is it that needs to retaliate? The saw cuts through flesh and bone, yes. The pain is real, yes. But the self that says, this is happening to me, and I must respond with hatred, that self is a construction, a fabrication, a story the mind tells itself. And in the moment of deepest realization, when that constructed self is seen through completely, what remains is an awareness so vast that it can hold even the most extreme suffering without contracting into hatred. This is not something most of us will experience in this lifetime, and the Buddha knew that. But he offered it as the ultimate possibility, the far horizon of what the human mind is capable of. And even if we never reach that horizon, the fact that it exists changes everything, because it tells us that our capacity for patience, for forgiveness, for love, is not limited by the boundaries we currently assume. It can always expand further. There is always more room. Let me bring this back to the practical reality of our daily lives, because the simile of the saw, while inspiring, can feel abstract and irrelevant to someone struggling with ordinary anger in ordinary circumstances. So let me talk about something much more common, something almost everyone has experienced, the anger that arises in close relationships. This is, for most people, the most challenging arena for working with anger. It is relatively easy to feel compassion for a stranger. It is much harder to feel compassion for the person who shares your bed, who knows exactly how to wound you, who has seen you at your worst and can use that knowledge against you. The closer the relationship, the deeper the anger can go, because the closer the relationship, the more we have invested, and the more we have invested, the more we stand to lose, and the more we stand to lose, the more fear we carry, and fear, as we have seen, is anger's closest companion. The Buddha had much to say about relationships, though his teachings on this topic are sometimes overlooked in favor of the more monastic-focused material. In the Sigalovada Sutta, sometimes called the layperson's code of discipline, he laid out detailed guidelines for how people in various relationships, parents and children, teachers and students, husbands and wives, friends and friends, should treat one another. The emphasis throughout is on mutual respect, generosity, truthfulness, and care. These are the antidotes to the anger that corrodes relationships from within. But beyond specific guidelines, the Buddha offered a more fundamental insight about anger in relationships that I want to explore carefully. In the Sakka Sutta, there is an exchange between the Buddha and Sakka, the king of the gods, in which Sakka asks what it is that binds beings to one another in hostility. Why, even when they wish for peace, even when they desire harmony, do beings continue to quarrel, to fight, to hurt one another? The Buddha's answer is striking in its precision. It is envy and selfishness, O King of Gods, that bind beings in hostility. Because of envy and selfishness, even those who wish to live without hostility, without hatred, without enmity, find themselves entangled in hostility, hatred, and enmity. And when Saka asks what gives rise to envy and selfishness, the Buddha traces the chain of causation backward. Envy and selfishness arise from like and dislike, which arise from desire, which arises from thinking, which arises from proliferation, the mind's tendency to spin out elaborate stories and narratives from simple experience. This chain of causation is extraordinarily illuminating. It tells us that the anger we feel in our relationships does not start with the other person's behavior. It starts much earlier, much deeper, in the fundamental way our minds process experience. Something happens, a simple event, a word, a gesture, a facial expression, and the mind seizes on it and begins to proliferate. It adds interpretation. She said that because she does not respect me. It adds history. He always does this. He has never cared about my feelings. It adds prediction. This will never change. Things will only get worse. It adds comparison. Other people's partners do not treat them this way. And from this proliferation, this cascading narrative construction, desire arises. I want things to be different. I want this person to change. I want them to see what they are doing to me. And from desire arises like and dislike. I like the version of this person who is kind to me. I dislike the version who hurts me. And from like and dislike arises envy and selfishness. Why do others get the love they deserve when I do not? Why should I give when I receive nothing in return? And from envy and selfishness arises the hostility that we experience as anger, resentment, contempt, or cold withdrawal. The entire chain, from the initial event to the full-blown anger, happens in a matter of seconds, usually below the level of conscious awareness. By the time we know we are angry, the proliferation has already done its work. The story is already written. The villain has been cast. The grievance has been filed. And we are left standing in the rubble of a conflict that was largely constructed by our own minds, with the actual triggering event serving as little more than a seed around which an enormous crystal of narrative has formed. This is not to say that the other person bears no responsibility. People do hurtful things. Relationships involve genuine conflict, genuine incompatibility, genuine failures of care and communication. But the anger, the sheer magnitude and intensity and persistence of the anger, is almost always disproportionate to the actual event, because it is fueled not by the event itself but by the stories we build around it. Knowing this gives us tremendous power, not over the other person but over our own experience. If we can learn to catch the proliferation early, to notice the moment when the mind begins to spin its stories, we can interrupt the chain before it reaches its conclusion. We do not have to suppress the stories or deny them. We simply have to see them for what they are, stories. Mental constructions. Interpretations, not facts. Additions, not the original event. There is a practice that can help with this, one rooted in the Satipatthana Sutta. It is the practice of noting mental activity as mental activity. When a thought arises, instead of following it, instead of being swept along by its narrative momentum, you simply note, thinking. That is all. Just thinking. Not analyzing the thought. Not judging it. Not arguing with it. Just recognizing that what is happening right now is thinking, and that thinking is a mental activity, not reality itself. This is astonishingly powerful in the context of anger. When the story begins, she said that because she does not respect me, you note, thinking. When the history rolls out, he always does this, you note, thinking. When the prediction unfolds, this will never change, you note, thinking. Each noting is like a small interruption in the narrative flow, a tiny gap through which awareness can enter. And in that gap, you have a choice. You can continue the story, or you can return to the bare experience of the present moment, the sound of their voice, the feeling in your body, the air moving in and out of your lungs. The actual, direct, uninterpreted experience of what is happening right now, stripped of all the layers the mind has added. This does not solve the relationship problem. If there is a genuine issue that needs to be addressed, it still needs to be addressed. But it changes the state from which you address it. Instead of approaching the conversation armored in anger, armed with a narrative, ready for battle, you approach it from a place of greater clarity, greater openness, greater capacity to hear what the other person is actually saying rather than what your stories predict they will say. And this, in turn, changes the dynamic of the conversation itself. Because anger is contagious. When you approach someone with anger, they almost invariably respond with anger. This is not a conscious choice on their part. It is a deep, almost reflexive response, rooted in millions of years of evolutionary programming. When a threat is detected, the body mobilizes for defense. And another person's anger is perceived as a threat, always, regardless of the content of the words being spoken. But the reverse is also true. Calm is contagious too. When you approach someone from a place of genuine calm, not the brittle calm of suppression but the warm calm of awareness, their nervous system responds to that. Their defense is lower. Their ability to listen increases. The conversation moves from the territory of combat to the territory of communication. The Buddha understood this dynamic intimately. In the Vipassiti Sutta, he told the story of a conflict between the gods and the demons, the Devas and the Asuras. The gods, led by Sakka, chose patience and restraint. The demons, led by Vipassiti, chose aggression and force. And the Buddha used this mythological framework to make a very practical point. The one who repays an angry person with anger thereby makes things worse for himself. Not repaying an angry person with anger, one wins a battle hard to win. He then added, one who knows that the other person is angry, and mindfully maintains one's peace, acts for the good of both, one's own and the others. Acts for the good of both. This is a key phrase. It tells us that patience and restraint in the face of another's anger is not just self-protective. It is also an act of care for the angry person. By not escalating, by not adding fuel to their fire, we give them a chance to cool down, to find their own way back to reason, to come to terms with whatever pain is driving their anger. We create space not just for ourselves but for them. We give them something that their anger is preventing them from giving themselves, the possibility of a different response. This is a radical reframing of what it means to be patient. Patience is not weakness. It is not doormat behavior. It is not the cringing submission of someone who is afraid to stand up for themselves. It is an act of strength, of courage, and of love, all at once. It takes far more strength to hold one's ground without retaliating than it does to lash out. Any animal can snarl and bite when threatened. It takes a human being who has trained their mind and opened their heart, to meet anger with steady, compassionate presence. There is another dimension of anger in relationships that deserves attention, one that the Buddhist tradition addresses with particular sensitivity. It is the anger that arises from unspoken expectations. This is perhaps the most common source of relational conflict, and it operates so quietly, so insidiously, that we often do not recognize it until the damage is done. Here is how it works. We enter relationships, all relationships, carrying a set of expectations about how the other person should behave. These expectations are often unconscious, inherited from our families of origin, absorbed from our cultures, gleaned from movies and stories and the relationships we observed as children. We rarely articulate these expectations, even to ourselves, much less to the person we are in relationship with. And yet we hold them with an iron grip, and when they are violated, as they inevitably are, because no human being can conform to another person's unspoken blueprint, anger erupts. The anger feels justified. Of course it does. A partner should remember important dates. A friend should return calls within a reasonable time. A parent should know what their child needs without being told. These seem like reasonable expectations. And perhaps they are. But the anger that arises when they are not met is not really about the missed date or the unreturned call. It is about the expectation itself, the rigid, unexamined demand that reality conform to our internal blueprint. The Buddha addressed this dynamic in his teaching on upadana, which is usually translated as clinging or attachment. He identified 4 types of clinging: clinging to sensual pleasures, clinging to views and opinions, clinging to rules and rituals, and clinging to the concept of self. All 4 are relevant to relational anger, but the clinging to views is perhaps most directly applicable. Our expectations are views, deeply held beliefs about how things should be. And when we cling to these views, when we treat them not as preferences but as non-negotiable demands, we set ourselves up for anger every time reality fails to comply. The practice, then, is not to eliminate expectations entirely, which would be neither possible nor desirable. It is to hold them lightly. To recognize them as preferences rather than requirements. To be transparent about them, sharing them openly with the people in our lives rather than expecting them to be intuited. And to be willing to examine them, to ask ourselves, is this expectation reasonable? Is it based on reality or on a fantasy of how relationships should work? Am I holding this person to a standard that I could not meet myself? This kind of self-examination takes courage because it requires us to look at our own contribution to the conflict rather than focusing exclusively on what the other person has done wrong. And this is perhaps the most challenging aspect of working with anger in relationships, the willingness to turn the mirror around. To ask not just, why did they do that to me, but what am I bringing to this situation that might be contributing to the conflict? This is not about self-blame. Self-blame is just anger turned inward, and we have already discussed why that is not helpful. It is about self-awareness. It is about recognizing that in any conflict, there are always at least 2 perspectives, 2 sets of needs, 2 histories, 2 nervous systems, 2 entire inner worlds colliding. And the more clearly we can see our own inner world, the less likely we are to project its contents onto the other person and mistake our projections for their reality. The Adidanda Sutta, the discourse on taking up arms, contains a passage in which the Buddha describes his own experience before his awakening, when he looked out at the world and saw beings, floundering like fish in small amounts of water, competing with one another. He said that seeing this filled him with fear and dismay. And then he noticed something crucial. He saw the barb in the heart, the thorn of self-attachment that is embedded in every being and that drives all conflict, all competition, all anger. When I saw this barb, so hard to see, embedded in the heart, the Buddha said, I understood. When you draw out this barb, you neither run nor sink. You are freed. The barb in the heart. What a perfect image. It is the thorn of I, me, mine, that makes every slight feel personal, every disappointment feel catastrophic, every conflict feel like a threat to our very existence. When the barb is embedded, the lightest touch sends waves of pain through the entire system. But when the barb is drawn out, through awareness, through practice, through the patient cultivation of wisdom and compassion, the same touches that once caused agony are felt as nothing more than what they are, the ordinary friction of human beings living alongside other human beings, inevitable and manageable and, ultimately, not a cause for war. Let us pause here and consider something that the Buddhist tradition calls the near enemy. In Buddhist psychology, every wholesome quality has two opposites, a far enemy, which is its obvious opposite, and a near enemy, which is a quality that resembles it superficially but is fundamentally different. The near enemy of compassion, for example, is pity. Pity looks like compassion on the surface, but underneath, pity maintains a separation. I am up here, feeling sorry for you down there. True compassion recognizes shared humanity. We are in this together. Anger has its own set of near enemies, qualities that masquerade as virtue but are actually anger in disguise. The most common and most dangerous of these is righteous indignation. Righteous indignation feels wonderful. It feels morally elevated. It feels like the proper response of a good person to an unjust world. And sometimes it is genuinely appropriate, a healthy signal that something needs to change. But very often, righteous indignation is just anger wearing its Sunday best, dressing itself up in the language of justice and morality while underneath it is the same old fire of self-centered reactivity. How do you tell the difference? How do you know whether your indignation is genuinely righteous or just pleasurably angry? The test is relatively simple. Look at the results. Genuine moral clarity leads to effective action. It is focused, purposeful, and ultimately concerned with the well-being of all parties, including the wrongdoer. Righteous indignation, by contrast, is more concerned with being right than with doing good. It relishes the moral high ground. It savors the sense of superiority. It is more interested in punishing the wrongdoer than in correcting the wrong. And it often leaves a trail of broken relationships and escalated conflicts in its wake. The Buddha was extraordinarily sensitive to this distinction. He encouraged his followers to speak up against injustice, but always with the qualification that the speech should be motivated by compassion rather than by anger. In the guidelines for right speech, he taught that truthful speech should also be timely, gentle, and motivated by goodwill. Truth spoken with the intent to wound is not right speech, even if the content is accurate. This is a nuance that our culture, which often celebrates brutal honesty without examining the brutal part, would benefit greatly from understanding. In the Ubhaya Sutta, Prince Ubhaya asked the Buddha whether he would ever say something that was unwelcome and disagreeable to others. The Buddha replied with a characteristically precise answer: if something is true and beneficial, the Tathagata knows the right time to say it, even if it is unwelcome. If something is true but not beneficial, the Tathagata does not say it. If something is untrue, the Tathagata does not say it, regardless of whether it would be welcome or unwelcome. Notice the criteria: true and beneficial and timely. All three conditions must be met. Truth alone is not sufficient. The truth must serve a good purpose, and it must be delivered at the right moment. This eliminates a great deal of what passes for honest communication in everyday life, those moments when we tell someone exactly what we think of them, not because it will help them grow but because the pressure of our anger demands release. This teaching on speech is directly relevant to anger because so much of our anger finds expression through words. We shout. We criticize. We issue ultimatums. We deliver the perfect cutting remark that we have been rehearsing in our heads for hours. And in the moment of delivery, it feels satisfying, like releasing pressure from an overfilled container. But the satisfaction is fleeting, and the damage is often lasting. Words spoken in anger have a half-life that far exceeds the anger itself. Long after the fury has passed, the words remain, lodged in the memory of the person who received them, replaying in their minds the way our grievances replay in ours. The Buddha said, "Whatever a person frequently thinks about and ponders, that becomes the inclination of their mind." This applies to speech as well. Whatever we frequently say, especially in heated moments, shapes not only the listener's experience but our own character. Harsh speech, repeated over time, makes us harsher people. Patient speech, repeated over time, makes us more patient. We are always in the process of becoming, and our words are among the most powerful forces shaping what we become. There is one more story I want to share before we move deeper into the practical framework, because it reveals something about anger that is easy to overlook: its connection to self-love, or more precisely, to the absence of genuine self-love. In the Mallika Sutta, King Pasenadi was sitting with his queen, Mallika, in the upper terrace of the palace. The king, in a rare moment of tenderness, turned to his wife and asked, "Mallika, is there anyone more dear to you than yourself?" He expected her to say, "You, my lord." That was the romantic, expected answer. But Mallika was a woman of unusual wisdom, and she answered honestly, "Great king, there is no one more dear to me than myself. And I believe the same is true for you. There is no one more dear to you than yourself." The king was surprised, perhaps a little disappointed, but he sensed the depth of her answer. He went to the Buddha and reported the conversation. The Buddha confirmed Mallika's insight with a verse. "Searching all directions with your awareness, you find no one dearer than yourself. In the same way, others are dear to themselves. So you should not hurt others if you love yourself." This teaching connects self-love directly to compassion for others, in a way that is immediately relevant to anger. If I truly love myself, I will not want to poison myself with anger, because anger harms me. And if I recognize that others love themselves with the same intensity that I love myself, I will understand that my anger causes them the same kind of suffering that their anger causes me. The golden rule, present in every ethical tradition, finds its deepest expression here: do not cause pain to others, because you know what pain feels like, and they feel it just as acutely as you do. This is not abstract ethics. This is the direct recognition, born of honest self-examination, that we are all made of the same stuff, that we all want the same things, happiness, safety, love, freedom from suffering, and that anger, in all its forms, moves us further from those things rather than closer to them. Not just further from them for the person we are angry at, but further from them for ourselves. Genuine self-love, the kind that Malika spoke of, is not narcissism. It is not self-indulgence. It is the recognition that this being, this mind-body process that we call me, deserves care, deserves kindness, deserves the same compassion we would extend to any suffering creature. And from that foundation of genuine self-care, compassion for others arises naturally, not as a moral obligation but as a spontaneous expression of understanding. Because when you truly care for yourself, you naturally stop doing things that harm yourself. And anger, as we have seen again and again throughout this exploration, is one of the most self-harming activities a person can engage in. So the path of working with anger is not a path of self-denial. It is not a path of gritting your teeth and forcing yourself to be nice. It is a path of self-love so deep that it refuses to let anger destroy the peace of the heart that holds it. It is a path of seeing clearly enough to recognize that anger's promises are empty, that the satisfaction it offers is brief and the damage it causes is long, and that there is another way to meet the world's provocations, a way that leaves both you and the world less damaged and more whole. This brings us to a practical framework that draws together many of the threads we have been weaving throughout this exploration. I think of it as the 5 contemplations for working with anger, drawn from various teachings across the Pali Canon and synthesized into a form that can be applied in the heat of the moment, when anger is arising and you need something concrete, something immediate, something you can actually use before the fire consumes whatever it is you are trying to protect. The first contemplation is this: this anger is arising in me. Not, they made me angry. Not, this situation is making me angry. But, this anger is arising in me. The shift in language is subtle but enormously important. When we say someone made us angry, we place the locus of control outside ourselves. We become passive recipients of an emotional state that someone else has imposed on us. And from that position of perceived helplessness, retaliation seems like the only option, because if they caused this, then they must be the ones to fix it, or to pay for it. But when we say, this anger is arising in me, we are simply noting a fact. Anger is present. It is here. It is a phenomenon occurring within the field of my experience. I did not choose it, exactly, but it is mine to work with. This is not the same as saying the other person did nothing wrong. They may well have done something wrong. But their wrongdoing and my anger are 2 separate events. Their wrongdoing is their karma. My anger is mine. And I have far more control over my response to anger than I do over anyone else's behavior. This first contemplation is essentially the practice of mindfulness applied to anger. It is the moment of recognizing, of stepping back just far enough from the experience to see it clearly. And in that moment of recognition, the automatic chain of reactivity is interrupted. Not broken, necessarily. The anger may still be strong. The urge to retaliate may still be powerful. But there is now a space, however small, between the anger and the action. And in that space lies freedom. The second contemplation is, this anger is not me. This follows directly from the first. Having recognized that anger is arising, we now examine its nature. Is this anger who I am? Is it my identity? Is it permanent? Will it last forever? The answer, when we look carefully, is always no. The anger arose at a specific moment. Before that moment, it was not present. And at some future moment, it will pass. It is a visitor, not a resident. It is weather, not climate. It is a wave, not the ocean. This contemplation draws on the Buddha's teaching of anatta, non-self. The anger feels so intimately personal, so deeply mine, that it is easy to confuse it with identity. I am an angry person. I have always had a temper. This is just who I am. But the Buddha's teaching invites us to question these identifications. If anger were truly who you are, it would be present at all times, in all circumstances. But it is not. There are moments when you are peaceful, joyful, content, curious, amused. In those moments, where is this angry person you claim to be? The anger comes and goes, like all mental states. It is something you experience, not something you are. This distinction is liberating because it opens up the possibility of change. If anger is who you are, then there is nothing to be done. You are stuck with it. But if anger is something that arises and passes in the field of your experience, then it can be worked with, understood, and eventually transformed. You are not sentenced to a lifetime of rage. You are a being in whom rage sometimes arises, and you have the capacity to learn new ways of relating to it. The third contemplation is, what is the anger protecting? This is where the inquiry deepens beyond simple mindfulness into a kind of emotional archaeology. Anger almost always functions as a protective mechanism. It is the mind's way of defending against something that feels threatening. But the threat is usually not what it appears to be on the surface. On the surface, we are angry because someone said something rude, or because a plan fell through, or because we were treated unfairly. But beneath the surface, the anger is protecting something much more vulnerable, a fear of being disrespected, a fear of losing control, a fear of being unworthy, a fear of being abandoned, a fear of being seen as weak. When we ask, what is the anger protecting, we are asking ourselves to look beneath the armor to the soft, wounded place underneath. This takes courage because the soft place is where we are most vulnerable, and vulnerability is precisely what the anger is designed to prevent. But it is also where the real healing happens. Because when we can identify the underlying fear or wound, we can address it directly, with compassion rather than with aggression. We can say to ourselves, "Ah, I see. I am afraid of being disrespected. That is a painful fear. Let me attend to this fear with kindness, rather than sending anger out into the world as my emissary." This contemplation is deeply aligned with the Buddha's method of investigating the origins of suffering. In the chain of dependent origination, Vedana, feeling tone, gives rise to tanha, craving, which gives rise to upadana, clinging, which gives rise to bhava, becoming. The anger is at the level of becoming, the outward expression, the fully formed response. But its roots are in feeling, in the initial sting of unpleasantness that the triggering event produced. By tracing the anger back to its roots, we can address the cause rather than merely reacting to the effect. The fourth contemplation is, How would I want to be treated if I were in their position? This is the contemplation of empathy, rooted in Malika's insight that all beings hold themselves most dear. When we are caught in anger, the other person ceases to be a full human being in our eyes. They become a caricature, a villain, a one-dimensional character defined entirely by the thing they did that hurt us. We forget that they have their own fears, their own wounds, their own history, their own complex inner life that led them to this moment. This contemplation asks us to reverse the lens. To imagine, even briefly, what the world looks like from inside their skin. What pressures are they under? What pain might they be carrying? What unmet needs might have driven them to act the way they did? This is not about excusing their behavior. Understanding is not the same as condoning. It is about restoring their humanity in our eyes, because when we see someone as fully human, it becomes much harder to treat them with cruelty. The Buddha practiced this kind of empathetic reversal constantly. When he met with people who were hostile toward him, he did not respond to their hostility. He responded to the pain behind their hostility. When Akasaka Bharadvaja came to him shouting insults and curses, the Buddha did not hear the insults. He heard the suffering of a man so disturbed that he had come to abuse a peaceful monk. And he responded not to the abuse but to the disturbance, with calm, with questions, with the gentle patience of someone who understood that this person's anger was, at root, a form of suffering. The fifth contemplation is, what do I want the outcome to be? This is the contemplation of intention, and it is perhaps the most practical of all. Before acting on anger, before speaking or striking or even composing that scathing message in our heads, we pause and ask ourselves what outcome we actually want. Not what outcome our anger wants, because anger always wants destruction, always wants punishment, always wants the other person to suffer as we are suffering. But what do we, in our deeper and wiser selves, actually want? Usually, when we examine this honestly, we find that what we want is not destruction but resolution. We want the conflict to end. We want the relationship to be repaired. We want to feel safe again. We want to be understood. We want the other person to recognize the impact of their actions and to commit to doing better. None of these outcomes is served by anger. All of them are better served by clear, honest, compassionate communication. This contemplation reconnects us with our own values. When we are angry, we tend to act in ways that violate our deepest values. We say things we do not mean. We do things we will later regret. We become, in those moments, people we do not recognize and do not want to be. By asking, what do I want the outcome to be, we realign ourselves with our values and allow those values, rather than our anger, to guide our response. These 5 contemplations are not meant to be practiced in sequence, like steps in a procedure. They are more like tools in a toolkit, available to be used as needed, in whatever order is most helpful in the moment. Sometimes the first contemplation, simply recognizing that anger is arising, is sufficient to break the reactive cycle. Sometimes you need to go deeper, to ask what the anger is protecting, before you can find your way to a skillful response. The point is not to follow a formula but to have resources available, so that when anger arises, you are not left with only 2 options, suppress it or express it. There is a third way, the way of wise engagement, of meeting the anger with awareness and curiosity and compassion, and this third way is what the Buddhist teachings, at their most practical and most profound, are pointing toward. Now I want to return to the formal meditation practice that the Buddha prescribed as the direct antidote to anger. We touched on metta, loving kindness, earlier in our exploration, but it deserves a much more thorough treatment, because in the Buddhist pharmacology of the mind, metta is the specific medicine for the specific disease of ill will. Just as a doctor prescribes a particular drug for a particular illness, the Buddha prescribed metta for dosa, loving kindness for hatred. The Metta Sutta, one of the most beloved texts in the entire Pali Canon, sets out the practice in language of remarkable beauty. Whatever living beings there may be, whether they are weak or strong, omitting none, the great or the mighty, medium, short or small, the seen and the unseen, those living near and far away, those born and those to be born, may all beings be happy. Notice the comprehensiveness of the aspiration. It does not say, may the beings I like be happy. It does not say, may the beings who are kind to me be happy. It says all beings, without exception, without qualification, without the fine print of conditional love. The weak and the strong. The great and the small. The seen and the unseen. The near and the far. The born and the yet to be born. All of them. Every single one. This is the aspiration. But aspiration alone is not enough. The practice of metta is a systematic training of the heart, a deliberate cultivation of the capacity for unconditional goodwill. And like all training, it begins where it is easiest and gradually extends to where it is hardest. The traditional sequence begins with directing metta toward oneself. May I be happy. May I be safe. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. This is not selfishness. It is the necessary foundation for all other love. As the airline safety instruction reminds us, you must put on your own oxygen mask before assisting others. If you cannot wish yourself well, if you are mired in self-hatred and self-criticism, your capacity to genuinely wish others well will be compromised. The love you extend outward will be contaminated by the hatred you harbor inward. For many people, this first stage is the most difficult. It is easier to wish a stranger well than to wish ourselves well, because we know our own failings with an intimacy that no one else shares. We know the petty thoughts, the selfish impulses, the moments of cowardice, the things we have done that we hope no one ever discovers. And in the presence of this knowledge, self-love can feel fraudulent, undeserved, almost obscene. But the practice is not asking us to approve of everything we have done. It is asking us to extend goodwill toward a being who suffers, and that being happens to be us. Just as we would not refuse medicine to a sick person because they had caused their own illness, we do not refuse kindness to ourselves because we have made mistakes. The kindness is not a reward for good behavior. It is a response to the basic fact of being alive and being vulnerable and being, in the deepest sense, worthy of care simply because we exist. From oneself, the practice extends to a benefactor, someone who has been genuinely kind and supportive, someone for whom gratitude arises naturally. May you be happy. May you be safe. This stage is usually easy, because the goodwill flows naturally towards someone who has been good to us. It warms the heart and opens it further. From the benefactor, the practice extends to a dear friend, someone we love but without the complicating intensity of romantic attachment. Again, the phrases are offered with sincerity: may you be happy. May you be safe. The heart continues to open. Then comes the neutral person, someone we neither like nor dislike, someone whose face we recognize but whose inner life is unknown to us. The cashier at the grocery store. The person who sits 3 rows behind us on the bus. The neighbor whose name we have never learned. We direct the same phrases of goodwill toward them: may you be happy. May you be safe. And here, something interesting begins to happen. We begin to realize that our usual indifference to neutral people is itself a kind of limitation, a failure of imagination, a refusal to recognize that behind that unfamiliar face is a being every bit as complex, every bit as hungry for happiness, every bit as afraid of suffering, as we are. The practice of metta for the neutral person is an exercise in expanding the circle of our concern beyond the small, self-selected group of people we happen to care about. And then comes the difficult person. The one who has wronged us. The one we are angry at. The one whose face, when it appears in our mind, triggers a cascade of resentment and hostility and the impulse to look away. And we are asked to direct toward this person the same phrases: may you be happy. May you be safe. May you be healthy. May you live with ease. This is where the real work happens. And it is important to understand what this work is and what it is not. It is not pretending that the difficult person has not hurt us. It is not minimizing the harm they have done. It is not declaring that everything is fine when it is not. It is the deliberate, courageous, and often painful practice of separating the person from their actions. It is the recognition that this person, like all persons, is a being caught in the web of their own conditioning, their own fears, their own unexamined pain, and that their harmful actions are expressions of that entanglement rather than evidence of irredeemable evil. When we say, may you be happy, to the difficult person, we are expressing the understanding that if this person were truly happy, deeply happy, happy in the way that the Buddha meant when he spoke of sukha, genuine well-being rooted in wisdom and compassion, they would not have done the thing that hurt us. Happy people do not go around causing harm. It is the unhappy, the wounded, the confused, the desperate who lash out. So wishing them happiness is not naive. It is strategic. It is the recognition that their happiness and our safety are not in conflict but are actually aligned. This does not mean the practice is easy. It is often excruciatingly difficult. The mind rebels. The heart resists. The phrases feel hollow, mechanical, even hypocritical. May you be happy. After what you did to me, how can I possibly wish you happiness? These reactions are natural and expected. The practice does not ask us to override them. It asks us to continue despite them. To keep offering the phrases, gently, patiently, without demanding that the feelings change on any particular timeline. Because what we are doing is not trying to manufacture a feeling. We are planting a seed. And seeds do not sprout on demand. They sprout when the conditions are right, which often means after a long period of patient watering in what appears to be barren soil. Over time, and the timeline is different for everyone, something begins to shift. The resistance softens. The phrases begin to feel less forced. The difficult person's face, which once triggered only hostility, begins to be held in a slightly wider context, a context that includes their suffering, their humanity, their own desperate attempts to find happiness in ways that caused harm. This shift does not happen through effort alone. It happens through the alchemy of sustained intention meeting the natural capacity of the heart to expand beyond its habitual boundaries. The Buddha described the fully developed meta-mind in language that is both poetic and precise, just as a mighty trumpeter makes himself heard in all four directions without difficulty. Even so, when the mind liberation of loving kindness is developed and cultivated, any action of limited scope does not remain there, does not persist there. Just as any strong man could easily stretch out his bent arm or bend his outstretched arm, even so, when the mind liberation of loving kindness is developed and cultivated, any action of limited scope does not remain there. What he means by action of limited scope is any mental action rooted in self-centeredness, including anger. When metta is fully developed, anger simply has no foothold. Not because it is being suppressed or denied, but because the heart has become so spacious, so inclusive, that there is no longer any territory that anger can claim as its own. The anger arises, as it does in all human beings, but it finds no purchase. It is like a spark landing on water. It flickers and goes out. This is an advanced state, the fruit of sustained practice over years or even lifetimes. Most of us will not achieve it fully in this life. But even a partial development of metta transforms our relationship with anger in measurable, practical, immediately beneficial ways. Even 10 minutes of metta practice in the morning changes the texture of the entire day. It is like tuning an instrument. Even a slight adjustment brings the whole piece more into harmony. The Agata Vinaya Sutta, the discourse on removing annoyance, offers another practical framework that complements the metta practice. In this teaching, the Venerable Sariputta describes 5 methods for removing annoyance or irritation toward another person. These methods are remarkably psychologically sophisticated, and they remain as applicable today as they were when they were first taught. The first method is to purify your actions even if the other person's actions are impure. That is, regardless of how the other person is behaving, you commit to behaving well yourself. You focus on what is within your control, your own conduct, and you let go of the demand that the other person match your standard. This is not passive acceptance of their behavior. It is a redirection of attention from what you cannot control to what you can. The second method is to purify your speech even if the other person's speech is impure. The same principle applied to communication. You commit to speaking truthfully, kindly, and helpfully, regardless of what the other person says. You refuse to let their harsh words dictate the quality of your own. This is an act of sovereignty, of refusing to let another person's behavior determine who you are. The third method is to purify your mind even if the other person's mind seems impure. This is the internal practice, cultivating thoughts of goodwill, patience, and understanding, even when the other person appears to harbor hostility. You take responsibility for your own mental ecology and refuse to let it be polluted by the other person's negativity. The fourth method is perhaps the most interesting. Sariputta says, if a person's behavior is mostly unwholesome but contains some small element of goodness, focus on that small element. He uses a vivid analogy. Imagine a traveler crossing a desert, exhausted, dehydrated, near death. And then they spot a small puddle of water in a cow's footprint. The water is muddy. It is not clean. But the traveler does not despise the water because it is impure. They kneel down and drink from it with their hands, because their life depends on it. In the same way, when a difficult person shows even a tiny glimmer of goodness, we should attend to that glimmer rather than fixating on the vast expanse of their unwholesomeness. Not because we are in denial about their faults, but because attending to their goodness, however small, is what allows our hearts to remain open. The fifth method addresses the rare case of a person who seems to have no redeeming qualities whatsoever, whose behavior is entirely and unrelentingly harmful. For such a person, Sariputta recommends compassion. Not approval. Not acceptance. Compassion. Because a person who is so lost, so completely consumed by unwholesomeness that no trace of goodness can be found in their behavior, is a person in the most extreme form of suffering. They are like someone walking toward a cliff with their eyes closed. The appropriate response is not anger but sorrow, not hostility but the wish that they might somehow, someday, turn from their path before they reach the edge. These 5 methods together form a comprehensive approach to dealing with difficult people. They acknowledge that difficult people exist, that their behavior is genuinely harmful, and that the challenge of maintaining equanimity in their presence is real. But they also insist that our response to these challenges is within our power, that we are not helpless victims of other people's behavior, that we always have a choice about how to engage with the provocations the world sends our way. I want to dwell for a moment on the concept of khanti, which is the Pali word for patience or forbearance, and which the Buddha elevated to the status of one of the 10 paramithas, the perfections that a bodhisattva must develop on the path to full awakening. In the Theravada tradition, the 10 paramithas are generosity, virtue, renunciation, wisdom, energy, patience, truthfulness, determination, loving kindness, and equanimity. Patience is listed alongside qualities like wisdom and generosity, not as a minor virtue but as one of the essential pillars of the enlightened character. The Buddha said, in the Dhammapada, Khanti paramam tepo titika, which translates as, patient forbearance is the supreme austerity, or patience is the highest practice. This is a remarkable statement. Of all the practices available, of all the disciplines and austerities and meditations, the Buddha singles out patience as the supreme one. Not concentration. Not insight. Not even wisdom. Patience. Why? Because patience is the practice that most directly confronts the self's demand for control. When we are patient, we are accepting that reality is not conforming to our wishes and that we will bear this nonconformity without losing our center. This is a profound act of spiritual maturity. It requires the simultaneous operation of multiple qualities: awareness, to recognize what is happening; wisdom, to understand that this too will pass; compassion, to wish well to all involved; and equanimity, to remain balanced in the midst of the storm. In the Jataka tales, the stories of the Buddha's previous lives, patience is tested again and again in increasingly dramatic scenarios. In one story, the Bodhisattva is a king named Cultivating, which means the teacher of patience. A drunken king asks the ascetic Cultivating what he teaches. "I teach patience," the ascetic replies. The drunken king, enraged for no reason other than his own intoxication and cruelty, orders his executioner to test this teaching. The executioner cuts off the ascetic's hands. "What do you teach?" the king demands. "I teach patience," the ascetic replies, his voice unchanged. The executioner cuts off his feet. What do you teach? Patience. His ears. His nose. Each time, the same answer, given without anger, without hatred, without the slightest tremor of resentment. Like the simile of the saw, this story pushes patience to its absolute extreme, beyond what most of us can even imagine, let alone achieve. And like the simile of the saw, it is meant not as a realistic expectation but as a star to navigate by, a point of reference so far above our current level that it can guide our aspirations for a lifetime without ever being reached. But between the extreme stories and the mundane reality of daily life, there is a vast middle ground where the practice of patience plays out in small, unglamorous, enormously consequential ways. It plays out when you hold your tongue instead of delivering the cutting remark. It plays out when you listen to someone's complaint without immediately defending yourself. It plays out when you allow someone to be wrong without needing to correct them. It plays out when you sit with your own discomfort instead of lashing out to make it someone else's problem. These small acts of patience are the actual substance of the practice. They are where the rubber meets the road, where the beautiful teachings encounter the messy reality of human relationships and human emotions. And they are, in many ways, more impressive than the grand gestures, because they are performed without an audience, without drama, without the moral clarity that comes from extreme situations. They are performed in the gray zone of everyday life, where the provocations are minor, the stakes seem low, and the temptation to simply react, to simply be angry, is enormous precisely because it seems so inconsequential. But it is not inconsequential. Every moment of patience is a vote for the person you want to become. Every time you choose awareness over reactivity, compassion over contempt, understanding over judgment, you are strengthening the neural pathways of kindness and weakening the neural pathways of rage. You are literally reshaping your brain, and through your brain, your character, and through your character, your life, and through your life, the lives of everyone you touch. Let me now return to the Four Noble Truths, because they provide the deepest structural framework for understanding anger and its cessation. The Four Noble Truths are usually understood as applying to suffering in general, but they can be applied with precise specificity to the suffering of anger. The first noble truth, as applied to anger, is simply this: anger is suffering. This we have already established. Anger hurts. It hurts the person who feels it, it hurts the person it is directed at, and it hurts the relationship between them. It hurts the body, the mind, and the spirit. It is dukkha in its most heated, most visceral, most immediately recognizable form. The second noble truth, as applied to anger, identifies the origin of this suffering. And the origin, as we have explored at length, is tanha, craving. Specifically, the craving for things to be other than they are. The craving for the other person to behave differently. The craving for the situation to conform to our expectations. The craving for control, for recognition, for respect, for love, for all the things we believe we deserve and are not receiving. This craving, when frustrated, curdles into anger. The anger is not the root. It is the flower. The root is the craving. The third noble truth, as applied to anger, proclaims the possibility of cessation. It says that the suffering of anger can end. Not through suppression. Not through denial. not through pretending we are not angry, but through the cessation of the craving that gives rise to anger. When the craving stops, the anger has no fuel. It dies of its own accord, like a fire that has been deprived of oxygen. And the fourth noble truth, as applied to anger, lays out the path to this cessation. The Eightfold Path, with its 8 interconnected practices of right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, provides a comprehensive framework for transforming our relationship with anger at every level of our being. Right view means understanding the nature of anger, its causes, its consequences, and the possibility of its transformation. It means seeing anger clearly, without romanticizing it or demonizing it, as a conditioned response that arises when certain causes and conditions are present and ceases when those causes and conditions are removed. Right intention means committing to the aspiration of non-ill will, non-cruelty, and renunciation. These 3 intentions, explicitly stated in the Buddha's description of the path, are the volitional foundation of a life free from anger's dominion. Every morning, we can set these intentions anew. Every time we catch ourselves falling away from them, we can return. The intentions are not commandments imposed from outside. They are compass headings that we choose for ourselves, freely, because we have seen where the other directions lead and we no longer wish to go there. Right speech means communicating in ways that are truthful, harmonious, gentle, and purposeful. It means refusing to use words as weapons. It means speaking up when speaking up is needed, but doing so from a place of compassion rather than anger. It means listening at least as much as we speak, and listening not just to the words but to the feelings and needs behind them. Right action means behaving in ways that are non-harmful, honest, and respectful of others' boundaries. It means refraining from physical aggression, from revenge, from the subtle forms of punishment that anger can take, withdrawal, coldness, sabotage, passive aggression. It means acting in accordance with our deepest values even when our emotions are screaming at us to do otherwise. Right livelihood means ensuring that our work in the world does not contribute to anger, conflict, or harm. This may seem tangential to the topic of personal anger, but it is not. If we spend our working hours in an environment that cultivates hostility, competition, and disregard for human well-being, we will carry that energy home with us, and it will seep into our relationships like dye seeping into fabric. Right effort means cultivating the mental factors that lead to peace and abandoning the mental factors that lead to anger. It is the active, energetic component of the practice, the willingness to work, to try, to fail, to try again, to never give up the commitment to transformation even when progress seems slow and setbacks seem devastating. Right mindfulness means maintaining clear, present moment awareness of our bodies, our feelings, our mental states, and the phenomena that arise and pass in our experience. It is the sentinel that stands at the gate of the mind, watching for the first signs of anger's approach, alerting us before the anger has time to grow from a spark into a conflagration. Mindfulness does not prevent anger from arising, but it ensures that when anger does arise, we see it immediately, and seeing it immediately, we have a choice about how to respond. Right concentration means developing the deep, stable, unified states of mind that provide the inner resources needed to face anger without being overwhelmed by it. A mind that has been trained in concentration is like a deep lake. Disturbances on the surface do not reach the bottom. Anger may ripple across the surface, but the depths remain undisturbed. These 8 practices, taken together, constitute a complete program for the transformation of anger. They address every dimension of our being, from the most surface level of behavior to the deepest level of consciousness. And they are not sequential steps to be completed one after another, but rather 8 facets of a single jewel, each reflecting and supporting all the others, each practice deepening and being deepened by every other practice. The beauty of this framework is its comprehensiveness. It does not leave any aspect of the anger problem unaddressed. If your difficulty with anger is primarily cognitive, rooted in distorted thinking and false beliefs, right view and right intention speak to that. If your difficulty is primarily behavioral, expressed through harsh words and harmful actions, right speech and right action speak to that. If your difficulty is primarily emotional, rooted in the raw intensity of the angry feeling itself, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration speak to that. The path meets you where you are and offers guidance relevant to your specific struggle. I want to explore one more dimension of the Buddhist approach to anger before we move to our concluding reflections, and that is the dimension of forgiveness. Forgiveness is a concept that receives surprisingly little explicit attention in the Pali Canon, at least by that name. The word forgiveness, as used in Western psychology and in the Christian tradition, with its connotations of pardoning a debt, of wiping the slate clean, of declaring that the wrong is no longer held against the wrongdoer, does not map precisely onto any single concept in early Buddhism. But the reality of forgiveness, the inner transformation that occurs when we release our grip on resentment and allow the wound to heal, is absolutely central to the Buddhist path. It is just approached from a different angle. Rather than framing forgiveness as something we do for the other person, the Buddhist tradition frames it as something we do for ourselves. Releasing resentment is not primarily an act of generosity toward the wrongdoer. It is an act of self-liberation. It is the moment when we realize that by holding on to the anger, we are keeping ourselves imprisoned, and that by letting go, we are the ones who walk free. The Buddha used a number of metaphors to illustrate this principle. One of the most powerful is the metaphor of the hot coal. Holding on to anger, the saying goes, though its exact canonical source is debated, is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Whether or not these exact words appear in the Pali Canon, the principle they express is entirely consistent with the Buddha's teaching. Anger burns the one who holds it. Resentment punishes the one who harbors it. The person we refuse to forgive may be going about their life completely unaffected by our hostility. It is we who lie awake at night, replaying the grievance, rehearsing the confrontation, nursing the wound until it festers into something far worse than the original injury. The parable of the raft, found in the Alagaddapama Sutta, offers another lens through which to view forgiveness. In this teaching, the Buddha compares his teachings to a raft used for crossing a river. Once you have crossed to the far shore, he says, you do not pick up the raft and carry it on your head. You leave it behind. The raft was useful for crossing. It is no longer useful on dry land. Anger, too, can sometimes serve as a raft. It can carry us through the initial shock of an injury, mobilizing our energy, alerting us to danger, motivating us to protect ourselves. In this sense, anger has a legitimate function. But once we have crossed the river of the immediate crisis, once we are safe on the far shore, the anger is no longer serving us. It has become dead weight. And continuing to carry it, out of habit, out of loyalty to our own pain, out of the mistaken belief that letting it go would mean letting the wrongdoer off the hook, is as foolish as carrying a raft on our heads when we are already standing on dry land. Forgiveness, in this framework, is not about the other person at all. It is about putting down the raft. It is about recognizing that the anger has done whatever it was going to do, and that continuing to carry it serves no purpose other than to exhaust us. It is about choosing freedom over imprisonment, lightness over burden, the open road over the closed cell. This does not mean forgiveness is easy. It is not. Genuine forgiveness, the kind that reaches all the way down to the roots of resentment and pulls them out completely, is one of the most difficult psychological achievements a human being can aspire to. It requires confronting the full reality of the harm that was done, not minimizing it, not rationalizing it, not pretending it did not matter. It requires grieving what was lost, because every injury involves a loss of trust, of safety, of innocence, of the relationship as it was before the harm occurred. And it requires making a conscious decision, often renewed many times, to release the demand for the past to be different than it was. This last point is perhaps the most important. Much of our anger about past injuries is, at root, an argument with reality. We are angry that the thing happened. We want it not to have happened. We replay the scenario in our minds, imagining how it could have gone differently, how we could have prevented it, how the other person could have chosen differently. And each replay reinforces the anger, because each replay confronts us anew with the gap between what happened and what we wish had happened. Forgiveness closes this gap. Not by changing the past, which is impossible, but by accepting it. Not accepting it in the sense of approving of it, but accepting it in the sense of acknowledging its reality. This happened. It was painful. It was wrong. And it cannot be undone. These are facts. Fighting against facts is the definition of futility. And the anger that fuels this fight is burning our own house down. The Buddha's teaching on impermanence, anicca, is relevant here in a way that is often overlooked. We usually think of impermanence as applying to pleasant things. The beauty of youth fades, the pleasure of success diminishes, the people we love eventually die. But impermanence applies to unpleasant things too. The injury that was done to us, terrible as it was, is in the past. It is over. It is not happening now. The only place it continues to happen is in our memory, in the stories we tell ourselves, in the mental replay that keeps the wound fresh and the anger alive. When we truly grasp the impermanence of the original injury, truly understand that it has already ended and that what remains is our own mental construction of it, the anger begins to lose its power. Not because we have minimized the harm, but because we have located it accurately in time. It is in the past. It is over. And the past, however painful, cannot hurt us now unless we carry it forward through our own mental activity. This is not a call to forget. Memory serves important functions. It warns us of danger, it helps us learn from experience, it preserves the truth of what happened. But there is a difference between remembering and ruminating. Remembering is the quiet acknowledgement of what occurred. Ruminating is the compulsive, repetitive, emotionally charged replaying of the event, designed not to learn from it but to keep the anger alive. Forgiveness does not require forgetting. It requires the transformation of rumination into remembering, the shift from active hostility to quiet acknowledgement, from burning to scarring, from an open wound to a healed one that still shows its mark but no longer bleeds. In the Saddaka Sutta, the Buddha tells the story of two acrobats. The master acrobat says to his apprentice, "I will look after you, and you look after me. That way, we will both be safe." But the apprentice, who is wiser than her master in this story, replies, "No, teacher. Each of us should look after ourselves. That way, we will both be safe." The Buddha endorses the apprentice's view, explaining that by looking after ourselves, through the practice of mindfulness, virtue, and wisdom, we look after others. And by looking after others, through the practice of patience, non-harming, and compassion, we look after ourselves. The two are not in conflict. They are two aspects of the same practice. This teaching has direct implications for forgiveness. When we forgive, we are looking after ourselves. We are removing the poison of resentment from our own hearts. And in doing so, we are also looking after the other person, because we are no longer projecting hostility toward them, no longer radiating the anger that perpetuates the cycle of harm. By liberating ourselves, we contribute to the liberation of the relationship, and through the relationship, to the wider web of connections that constitutes our shared life. Let me describe one more practice that the Buddhist tradition offers for working with deep-seated anger and resentment, a practice that is sometimes called the reflection on dependent origination, or in Pali, Padikasamuppada. This is one of the most profound teachings in all of Buddhism, and while it is often presented in highly technical terms, its application to anger is extraordinarily practical and immediate. Dependent origination is the teaching that nothing arises on its own. Everything that exists, every phenomenon, every experience, every emotion, arises in dependence on a web of causes and conditions. Nothing is self-caused. Nothing exists in isolation. Everything is connected to everything else in an intricate, constantly shifting web of mutual influence. When applied to anger, this teaching reveals something that fundamentally changes the way we relate to both our own rage and the behavior that triggered it. When someone hurts us, our instinctive response is to locate the cause of our suffering entirely in that person. They did this. They are the cause. They are to blame. But dependent origination asks us to look more broadly. What are all the conditions that gave rise to this moment of conflict? There is, of course, the other person's behavior. That is one condition. But there is also our own state of mind at the time, our level of tiredness, our degree of stress, the expectations we brought to the interaction, the history we share with this person, the childhood experiences that shaped our sensitivities, the cultural norms that taught us what to expect from others, the weather, the time of day, whether we had eaten recently, whether we slept well the night before. All of these factors, and countless others, contributed to the arising of the anger. The other person's behavior was one thread in a tapestry of conditions, not the sole cause. This does not absolve the other person of responsibility. They made a choice, and that choice had consequences. But it contextualizes their choice within a vast web of conditions that made that choice more likely. And it contextualizes our anger within a similarly vast web of conditions that made our anger more likely. Both the behavior and the response arose from conditions. Neither was purely spontaneous. Neither was entirely within anyone's control. When we see this clearly, something remarkable happens. The tight knot of blame begins to loosen. Not because we have decided to let the other person off the hook, but because we have seen that the hook itself is a simplification, a reduction of a complex, multi-causal situation into a simple story of villain and victim. And while that simple story is emotionally satisfying, it is not accurate. And inaccuracy, in the Buddhist framework, is a form of delusion, and delusion always leads to suffering. There is a teaching in the Madhyapindika Sutta, the honey ball discourse, that traces the entire process by which a simple sense impression becomes a full-blown emotional conflict. It begins with contact, eye meets form, ear meets sound, mind meets thought. From contact arises feeling, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. From feeling arises perception, the mind labels what has been felt. From perception arises thinking, the mind begins to elaborate, to proliferate, to build narratives. And from thinking arises papanka, that proliferation we discussed earlier, the cascading storm of associations, judgments, memories, and projections that transforms a simple moment into a complex emotional event. The beauty of this analysis is its precision. It tells us exactly where in the chain we have the most leverage. We cannot prevent contact. As long as we have eyes and ears and minds, we will encounter things that are unpleasant. We cannot entirely prevent feeling. Unpleasant contact will produce unpleasant feeling. That is the nature of the nervous system. But we can, with practice, intervene at the level of perception and thinking. We can catch the moment when the mind begins to label and elaborate, and we can choose not to follow the elaboration into the storm of papanka. We can let the feeling be just a feeling, without adding the layers of story and judgment that transform it into anger. This is not easy. The mind elaborates so quickly, so automatically, so convincingly, that the stories it tells feel like reality rather than construction. But with sustained mindfulness practice, it becomes possible to detect the moment of construction, to see the mind in the act of building the story, and to step back before the story has been completed. This is not suppression. The feeling is fully felt. The unpleasantness is fully acknowledged. But the story, they always do this, they never respect me, this is intolerable, is recognized as a story and is allowed to dissolve rather than being taken as fact. I think of this process as similar to watching a movie. When we are fully immersed in a movie, we laugh, we cry, we feel fear and joy and suspense, because we have temporarily forgotten that what we are watching is not real. It is a construction, a sequence of images on a screen, skillfully arranged to produce emotional responses. But if something breaks the immersion, if the projector stutters, if someone's phone rings, if we suddenly remember that the actor on screen is someone we read about in a magazine, the spell is broken. We still see the images, but they no longer have the same power over us. We have shifted from being inside the story to being a witness to the story. The content has not changed. Our relationship to the content has changed. Mindfulness does the same thing with the stories our minds tell about anger. It breaks the immersion. It reminds us that what we are experiencing is not raw reality but a mental construction, a narrative woven from strands of perception, memory, expectation, and judgment. And once we see it as a construction, it loses its power to compel us. We can still feel the feelings. We can still acknowledge the unpleasantness. But we are no longer driven by the story. We are free to respond from a place of awareness rather than from a place of reactivity. Let me share a story that illustrates this principle with remarkable grace. In the time of the Buddha, there was a monk named Pukkasati, a former king who had renounced his throne to seek the truth. Pukkasati had never met the Buddha in person, but he had heard the teachings from a distance and had been so moved by them that he gave up his kingdom and set out on foot to find the teacher. One night, Pukkasati stopped at a potter's shed to rest. Another traveler arrived and sat down in the same shed. The two men talked through the night. The traveler spoke about the nature of the mind, about the elements that make up experience, about the way suffering arises and the way it ceases. Pukkasati listened with growing wonder. The teaching was extraordinary, deeper and clearer than anything he had ever heard. As dawn broke, Pukkasati suddenly realized who his companion was. This was the Buddha himself, sitting across from him in a humble potter's shed, teaching him without ceremony, without title, without the slightest trace of self-importance. Pukkasati was overwhelmed. He prostrated himself and asked for ordination. What strikes me about this story is the quality of the encounter. Two men in a shed, talking through the night. No hierarchy. No performance. No display of power or authority. Just one human being sharing what he had understood with another human being who was ready to listen. And the teaching that the Buddha shared that night, recorded in the Dattavibhanga Sutta, included a detailed analysis of the elements of experience, breaking down what we think of as a solid self into its component parts: earth element, water element, fire element, air element, space element, consciousness element. When these elements are seen clearly, the Buddha taught, the sense of a fixed, permanent self dissolves, and with it dissolves the basis for anger, because anger requires a self that feels threatened, a self that demands recognition, a self that insists on being treated in certain ways. Without that fixed self, anger loses its anchor. This does not mean that feelings stop arising. Unpleasant sensations still occur. Difficult situations still present themselves. But the I that takes it all personally, the I that says, "This is happening to me and it should not be," that I is seen through. It is recognized as a construction, not a fixed reality. And in that recognition, there is an enormous release of the tension that fuels anger. This teaching on non-self is often misunderstood as nihilistic, as if the Buddha were saying that we do not exist. That is not what he was saying. He was saying that we do not exist in the way we think we do. We think of ourselves as solid, separate, permanent entities, bounded by our skin, defined by our personality, continuous from birth to death. But when we look carefully, what we find is not a solid self but a process, a constantly changing flow of sensations, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness, arising and passing away moment by moment, conditioned by countless factors, none of which we fully control. This insight, when it moves from the intellectual to the experiential, from something we read about to something we directly perceive in meditation, is transformative. It does not make us robots or zombies or hollow shells. It makes us more alive, more present, more responsive, because we are no longer wasting enormous energy defending a self that was never as solid as we believed it to be. The energy that used to go toward self-defense, toward propping up the ego, toward maintaining the fortress of me, is freed up for other things, for creativity, for connection, for joy, for the spontaneous compassion that arises when the walls between self and other become transparent. And anger, which is perhaps the most ego-driven of all emotions, the most dependent on a sense of I, who has been wronged, naturally diminishes as the sense of fixed self loosens. This does not happen overnight. The sense of self is deeply ingrained, reinforced by every moment of every day, supported by every social interaction, every memory, every plan for the future. Loosening it is the work of a lifetime. But even a slight loosening, even a momentary glimpse of the constructed nature of the self, changes our relationship with anger in ways that are immediately noticeable. There is another quality that the Buddhist tradition places alongside patience and loving kindness as a direct antidote to anger, and that is equanimity, or upekkha in Pali. Equanimity is sometimes misunderstood as indifference, as a cold, detached, not caring attitude toward the world. But that is not what upekkha means. True equanimity is a warm, engaged, deeply caring quality of mind that is able to hold both pleasure and pain, success and failure, praise and blame, with equal balance. It is the capacity to be fully present with whatever is arising without being swept away by it. If patience is the practice of enduring difficulty without retaliating, and if loving kindness is the practice of wishing well for all beings, equanimity is the practice of maintaining inner balance regardless of external circumstances. It is the steady ground on which both patience and loving kindness stand. Without equanimity, patience becomes gritting your teeth, and loving kindness becomes people-pleasing. With equanimity, patience becomes genuine forbearance, and loving kindness becomes genuine care. The Buddha described equanimity as one of the four Brahma Viharas, the sublime abodes, alongside loving kindness, compassion, and sympathetic joy. These four qualities together constitute the ideal emotional landscape of an awakened being. Loving kindness wishes all beings happiness. Compassion wishes all beings freedom from suffering. Sympathetic joy rejoices in the happiness and success of others. And equanimity holds all of this with balance, preventing loving kindness from becoming possessive attachment, preventing compassion from becoming overwhelm, preventing sympathetic joy from becoming conditional approval. For our purposes, equanimity is the quality that allows us to face anger, both our own and others, without being destabilized. When someone is angry at us, equanimity allows us to receive their anger without absorbing it, to hear their words without being shattered by them, to remain centered in our own awareness even as the storm of another's emotion rages around us. And when our own anger arises, equanimity allows us to hold it without being consumed by it, to feel its heat without being burned, to observe its movement through the body and mind without losing our footing. The practice of equanimity is closely tied to the contemplation of karma, the understanding that all beings are the heirs of their own actions. When we see someone behaving badly, equanimity reminds us that their actions will bear their own fruit, in their own time, through mechanisms that are not ours to control. We do not need to be the agents of their correction. We do not need to ensure that they get what they deserve. The natural unfolding of cause and effect handles that with a precision that no human intervention could match. Our job is simply to tend to our own actions, our own intentions, our own hearts. There is a passage in the Upajjhapana Sutta, the subjects for contemplation, where the Buddha recommends 5 reflections to be practiced regularly. One of them is, I am the owner of my actions, heir to my actions, born of my actions, related through my actions, and have my actions as my arbitrator. Whatever I do, for good or for ill, to that I will fall heir. This contemplation, when applied to anger, produces a profound shift. Instead of fixating on what someone else has done to us, we focus on what we are doing in response. Because our response, not their provocation, is what determines our future. Their provocation is their karma. Our response is ours. Let me tell you about one more encounter from the ancient texts that I find deeply moving in this context. In the Therigatha, the collection of poems by the earliest Buddhist nuns, there is a verse attributed to a woman named Isidasi. Her story is one of repeated heartbreak. She was married 3 times, and each time her husband rejected her, despite her devoted and virtuous conduct. She was kind, hardworking, faithful, and attentive, and yet each husband grew to despise her and sent her away. Isidasi could have become consumed by bitterness. 3 rejections, 3 failures, 3 men who could not see her worth. The anger would have been entirely understandable. But instead of hardening, Isidasi turned inward. She examined her own past actions, through the lens of karma and rebirth, and came to understand that her present suffering was the fruit of seeds planted in previous lives. This understanding did not make the suffering less painful. But it removed the sting of injustice, because she no longer saw herself as a random victim of cruel fate. She saw herself as a being living within the natural law of cause and effect, experiencing the results of her own past while simultaneously creating the causes for her future. And from this understanding, Isidasi made a choice that transformed her life. She ordained as a nun. She devoted herself to practice. And she attained liberation. Her final verses, spoken from the far shore of awakening, are luminous with the peace of someone who has fully come to terms with her own story, not by denying it or rewriting it but by seeing it clearly and releasing her grip on the demand that it should have been different. This is what the Buddhist path ultimately offers in relation to anger, not a technique for anger management, though it provides that. Not a set of coping strategies, though it provides those too. But a fundamental shift in perspective, a reorientation of the heart, a new way of seeing that transforms the conditions in which anger arises and thereby transforms the anger itself. When you see that the self is not fixed, anger loses its anchor. When you see that all beings are suffering, anger gives way to compassion. When you see that all phenomena are impermanent, anger loses its urgency. When you see that your actions are your only true possession, anger is replaced by the determination to act wisely. Let me now speak about something that is often neglected in discussions of anger, the role of the body. We have mentioned the physical dimensions of anger in passing, the tightening of the muscles, the quickening of the breath, the heat in the face and chest. But the body deserves more than a passing mention, because for many people, the body is the most accessible doorway to working with anger. The Buddha taught extensively about the body as an object of mindfulness. The first foundation of mindfulness in the Satipatthana Sutta is Kayanupasana, contemplation of the body. This includes mindfulness of breathing, mindfulness of posture, mindfulness of bodily activities, and contemplation of the body's component parts and elements. All of these practices have direct relevance to working with anger. When anger arises, one of the most effective things we can do is to bring attention fully into the body. Not to think about the anger, not to analyze it, not to craft a response, but to feel it as a purely physical experience. Where is the tension? Where is the heat? Where is the constriction? By locating the anger in the body and simply feeling it as sensation, we accomplish two things simultaneously. First, we interrupt the mental proliferation that feeds the anger, because attention cannot be in two places at once. When we are fully attending to the sensation in the chest, we cannot simultaneously be spinning the story about how unfairly we have been treated. Second, we allow the body's natural relaxation response to begin, because physical tension can only be maintained when it is unconscious. The moment we bring awareness to it, the body begins to soften, to release, to let go of the gripping that anger produces. There is a practice sometimes called body scanning that is particularly useful for this purpose. You begin at the top of the head and slowly, systematically move your attention through the body, noticing whatever sensations are present: warmth, coolness, tingling, pressure, tightness, openness, heaviness, lightness. You do not try to change any of these sensations. You simply notice them. And as you notice them, the body begins to reveal itself to you in a way that is remarkably intimate and surprisingly calming. When you do this practice regularly, you begin to develop what might be called somatic literacy, the ability to read the language of your own body. And this literacy becomes invaluable in working with anger, because the body often signals the approach of anger before the mind recognizes it. You might notice a tightening in the belly, a clenching of the jaw, a shallow quality to the breath, long before the thought, "I am angry," forms in the mind. These are the early warning signs, the body's way of telling you that something is stirring, that a reaction is building, that the fire is beginning to ignite. And if you can catch these signals early enough, you can intervene before the anger reaches full intensity. This is why the practice of regular meditation, even for short periods, is so valuable for anyone struggling with anger. Not because meditation is some kind of magic spell that eliminates anger, but because it trains the capacity for self-awareness, for somatic literacy, for the kind of fine-grained attention that can detect a shift in emotional weather before the storm fully breaks. A person who meditates regularly is not a person who never gets angry. They are a person who notices their anger earlier, understands it more clearly, and responds to it more skillfully. And over time, as the practice deepens, the gap between the trigger and the response grows wider, and in that widening gap, a new life becomes possible. There is a beautiful image from the Anguttara Nikaya that captures this transformation perfectly. The Buddha compared the mind of a well-practiced meditator to a deep, clear lake. When a stone is thrown into a shallow, muddy pond, the entire pond is disturbed. The mud churns, the water clouds, and it takes a long time for the pond to settle. But when the same stone is thrown into a deep, clear lake, the surface ripples briefly, and then the water returns to stillness. The stone sinks to the bottom without disturbing the depths. The lake is not immune to stones. It is simply deep enough to absorb the impact without losing its clarity. This is what practice offers. Not immunity to anger, but depth. The depth to absorb life's inevitable provocations without losing our essential clarity. The depth to feel what needs to be felt without being drowned by it. The depth to respond from our wisest self rather than our most reactive self. And there is something else that practice offers, something that is easy to overlook because it is so quiet, so unspectacular, so different from the dramatic transformations that make for compelling stories. It offers the gentle accumulation of moments of peace. Each time we notice anger and choose not to follow it, a moment of peace is born. Each time we take 3 breaths instead of firing off a harsh response, a moment of peace is born. Each time we direct loving kindness toward a difficult person, a moment of peace is born. These moments are small. They are unremarkable. No one writes stories about them. But they accumulate, like drops of water filling a vessel, and over time, they change the texture of our lives in ways that are profound and lasting. The Buddha compared this kind of gradual practice to the way a carpenter's handle wears smooth over time. The carpenter does not see the handle wearing down day by day. There is no single moment when the handle suddenly becomes smooth. But after years of daily use, the carpenter looks at the handle and realizes that it has been transformed, not by any single effort but by the patient accumulation of countless small contacts. Our minds are like that handle. We do not see them changing day by day. There is no single meditation session, no single moment of patience, no single act of forgiveness that dramatically transforms us. But over time, through the patient accumulation of practice, we look at our lives and realize that something has shifted. We are not the same person we were 5 years ago, or 10, or 20. The anger is still there, perhaps, but it is different. Quieter. Less insistent. Less convincing. Less capable of hijacking our behavior and ruining our day. It still arises, but it arises in a mind that knows what it is, that is not afraid of it, that does not need to obey it, and that has other, better options available. This is not a small thing. In a world that is so often harsh, so often divisive, so often fueled by outrage and hostility and the seductive certainty of self-righteous anger, to become a person who can hold their center in the midst of provocation, who can respond with kindness when kindness is the last thing anyone expects, who can see the humanity in those who have forgotten their own. This is perhaps the most valuable contribution any of us can make. Not through grand gestures or public declarations, but through the quiet, daily, invisible practice of choosing awareness over reactivity, compassion over contempt, peace over war. There is a verse from the Agatha, the collection of poems by the elder monks, that has stayed with me for a very long time. It is attributed to a monk named Talaputta, and it speaks to the moment when the mind, after long struggle, finally begins to settle. For a long time you have fooled me, mind, telling me to go here, to do this, to think that. But now, mind, I see through you. I see your tricks, your games, your endless fabrications. You no longer fool me. I am the watcher now, and you are the watched. There is something triumphant in those words, but it is a quiet triumph, a private victory won not on any battlefield but in the intimate, unseen territory of the inner life. Talaputta is not claiming to have eliminated the mind's tendency to wander, to fabricate, to spin stories. He is claiming something more realistic and more powerful, the ability to see through those tendencies, to recognize them for what they are, and to choose not to follow them. The mind still chatters. The stories still arise. But the identification with them has broken. The automatic obedience has ended. And in its place is a new relationship, one characterized by awareness rather than slavery, by observation rather than reaction, by freedom rather than compulsion. This is the freedom that the Buddhist path offers in relation to anger. Not the freedom from anger, which is a goal so distant that it can discourage rather than inspire, but the freedom to choose how we relate to anger when it arises. The freedom to pause. The freedom to breathe. The freedom to investigate. The freedom to respond rather than react. The freedom to set down the hot coal that has been burning our palms for far too long. And this freedom, modest as it may seem compared to the grand visions of total liberation proclaimed in the suttas, is actually quite extraordinary. Because most human beings live their entire lives without ever experiencing it. Most people go through their days on autopilot, reacting to provocations with the same predictable patterns they learned in childhood, never questioning whether those patterns are serving them, never considering the possibility that another way of being is available. To even begin to question, to even begin to practice, to even begin to explore the possibility that anger does not have to be the boss, that is already a significant step toward freedom. And every step after that, however small, however imperfect, however often repeated after yet another stumble, moves us further into the open air. The Buddha was once asked by a wanderer named Subhata, shortly before the Buddha's death, whether the leaders of other spiritual traditions had also attained full awakening. The Buddha gently redirected the question. He said, "Subhata, in whatever teaching and discipline the Noble Eightfold Path is found, there the true practitioner is found. It is not about labels or lineages. It is about the path itself." This response tells us something important. The practices we have been exploring, mindfulness, patience, loving kindness, compassion, equanimity, wise speech, self-awareness, the investigation of anger's roots, these are not exclusively Buddhist. They are human. They belong to anyone willing to practice them, regardless of their religious background or lack thereof. The Buddha did not patent these practices. He discovered them, shared them, and invited anyone who was interested to test them for themselves. You do not have to call yourself a Buddhist to benefit from mindful breathing. You do not have to believe in karma to practice patience. You do not have to accept the doctrine of rebirth to extend loving kindness to someone who has hurt you. These practices work not because of any metaphysical belief system but because of the basic architecture of the human mind. Awareness reduces reactivity. Compassion dissolves hostility. Patience prevents regret. These are not articles of faith. They are observable facts, available to anyone willing to observe them. And so, as we approach the end of this long exploration together, I want to return to where we began, to that image of the hot coal. The Buddha's metaphor, as we discussed at the very beginning, is devastatingly simple. Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. We have spent a great deal of time examining this coal from every angle. We have looked at its heat, its weight, its texture. We have explored why we pick it up, why we hold on to it, why we find it so difficult to put down. We have examined the mental processes that convince us the coal is something other than what it is, that tell us it is a weapon, a shield, a badge of righteousness, a proof of our worth. We have explored the Buddhist practices that help us loosen our grip, mindfulness, patience, loving kindness, compassion, equanimity, wise reflection, investigation of the body, contemplation of impermanence and non-self. And we have heard stories, ancient and timeless, of men and women who found ways to set the cold down and walk away with open hands. Now I want to speak to you directly, not as a scholar presenting a tradition, not as a teacher offering techniques, but as one human being speaking to another about something that matters deeply. If you have come to this material because you are struggling with anger, I want you to know something. The fact that you are here, reading these words, searching for a way through, already tells me something important about you. It tells me that you have not given up. It tells me that somewhere beneath the anger, beneath the hurt, beneath the frustration and the exhaustion and the feeling that nothing will ever change, there is a part of you that still believes in the possibility of peace. That part of you is not naive. It is wise. It is the wisest part of you, because it recognizes what the anger itself cannot see, that there is more to life than this burning, that you deserve better than this constant state of siege, that the world is not only the hostile place your anger insists it is. I want to honor that part of you. And I want to be honest with you about what lies ahead. The path from anger to peace is not a straight line. It is not a steady upward climb from darkness to light. It is more like a spiral, circling back again and again over the same territory, but each time from a slightly different elevation, with a slightly broader view. You will have days when the practices work beautifully, when you catch the anger early, when you breathe through it, when you respond with patience and kindness and afterward feel a quiet pride in how far you have come. And you will have days when none of it works, when the anger overwhelms you before you even realize it has arrived, when you say the thing you promised yourself you would never say again, when you lie in bed afterward feeling like a failure, wondering why you even bother with all this mindfulness nonsense. Both kinds of days are part of the path. Both are necessary. The good days show you what is possible. The bad days show you what still needs attention. Neither defines you. Neither is the final word. You are not your best moment, and you are not your worst moment. You are the awareness that witnesses both, that learns from both, that keeps going despite both. I want to tell you one more story. It is not from the ancient texts. It is a story I have constructed from the countless real encounters that the tradition preserves in spirit if not in letter, and it goes like this. There was once a student who came to a teacher and said, "I have been practicing for 10 years. I meditate every day. I study the teachings. I try to be patient and kind. But I still get angry. Sometimes I get very angry. I lose my temper with my family. I say hurtful things. And afterward I feel terrible, not just because I have hurt someone, but because I have failed at the very practice that is supposed to help me not hurt people. I feel like a fraud." The teacher listened quietly, and then asked, "When you first began practicing 10 years ago, how long would your anger last?" The student thought about it. "Days," he said. "Sometimes weeks. I would hold grudges for months. And now? Now it lasts, maybe a few hours. Sometimes just minutes. But it still arises. It still has power over me." And when you first began practicing, the teacher continued, "How long would it take you to realize you were angry?" "I often didn't realize it at all," the student admitted. "I would just be angry, and I would think that was normal, that it was justified, that the world was simply a place that warranted constant anger. And now I usually notice it pretty quickly. Sometimes I catch it before it comes out of my mouth. Not always. But sometimes. The teacher smiled. You say you have failed at practice. But what you have just described is not failure. What you have just described is the practice working. 10 years ago, your anger lasted weeks and you didn't even know you were angry. Now your anger lasts minutes and you can often catch it before it causes harm. That is not failure. That is transformation. But I still get angry, the student insisted. Yes, the teacher said. You still get angry. You are a human being with a nervous system that evolved to produce anger in response to perceived threats. The goal was never to stop being human. The goal was to become a human who is awake, a human who sees what is happening inside them, a human who has a choice about how to respond. And you have become that. Not perfectly. Not every time. But far more often than you did 10 years ago. And far more often than you will realize until you stop to look back and see how far you have come. The student was quiet for a long time. Then he said, so the practice isn't about reaching a point where anger never arises? No, the teacher said. The practice is about changing your relationship with anger so completely that even when it arises, it cannot own you. It can visit, but it cannot move in. It can knock on the door, but it cannot break it down. And over time, as it finds that the door is strong and the house is well lit and the occupant is awake, it comes less often. Not because you have fought it away, but because the conditions that invited it have gradually changed. I find this story, simple as it is, deeply comforting, because it reframes the entire endeavor in a way that is humane and realistic. We are not trying to become saints. We are not trying to achieve some impossible ideal of perfect equanimity in the face of every provocation. We are trying to become more awake, more aware, more capable of choosing our response rather than being chosen by our reaction. And that is achievable. Not all at once. Not without setbacks. Not without the humbling experience of discovering, again and again, that we are not as far along as we thought we were. But achievable nonetheless, step by step, breath by breath, moment by moment. The Buddhist tradition sometimes speaks of practice as a raft. The Buddha used this metaphor in the Alagaddapama Sutta, the water snake simile. He said that the Dhamma, the teaching, is like a raft used to cross a river. You use the raft to get from the near shore, which is the shore of suffering, to the far shore, which is the shore of liberation. But once you have reached the far shore, you do not pick up the raft and carry it on your head for the rest of your journey. You set it down. The raft was a tool, not a permanent possession. This metaphor has many layers, but the one I want to highlight here is its pragmatism. The teaching is not something to be worshipped or clung to. It is something to be used. The practices we have discussed, mindfulness of the body, investigation of mental states, cultivation of loving kindness, reflection on impermanence and non-self, these are tools. They are extraordinarily effective tools, refined over 2.5 millennia of human experimentation. But they are tools nonetheless. They are means, not ends. The end is the peace, the freedom, the open-heartedness that emerges when we set down the burden of chronic anger and discover what life feels like without that weight on our shoulders. And that life, The life that is possible when anger no longer dominates, is not a life without passion or intensity or engagement. It is, paradoxically, a more passionate life, a more intense life, a more engaged life, because the energy that used to be consumed by anger is now available for other things. For creativity. For connection. For the deep, quiet joy that comes from simply being present with what is. For the fierce but compassionate commitment to justice that acts not from hatred of the oppressor but from love of the oppressed. For the tender vulnerability that allows us to be truly intimate with another human being, without the armor of defensiveness, without the walls of suspicion, without the constant readiness for battle that anger installs in us like a permanent garrison. I think of anger, ultimately, as a form of homesickness. We are angry because the world is not what we feel it should be, because people are not treating us the way we feel we deserve, because life is not conforming to the blueprint we drew up in our minds. And beneath all of that, beneath the specific grievances and the particular injustices and the individual heartbreaks, there is a deeper longing, the longing to feel safe, to feel loved, to feel at home in our own lives. Anger is what happens when that longing is thwarted. It is the protest of a heart that knows it was made for something better than this constant state of conflict. The Buddhist path does not satisfy this longing by giving us the world we want. It satisfies it by showing us that we can be at home in the world we have. Not by pretending the world is perfect, not by denying its suffering, not by retreating into a spiritual bubble where nothing can touch us, but by developing the inner resources to meet whatever arises with awareness, with compassion, with equanimity, and with the deep understanding that this moment, exactly as it is the only moment we have, and it is enough. There is a verse from the Dhammapada that I would like to offer as we come to the end. It is verse 223, and it encapsulates everything we have discussed in a single, luminous sentence. Overcome anger by non-anger, overcome evil by good, overcome miserliness by giving, overcome a liar by truth. This verse does not tell us to suppress anger or to pretend it does not exist. It tells us to overcome it. And the word overcome implies a struggle, a genuine engagement with a genuine force. Anger is not nothing. It is powerful. It is persistent. It is deeply rooted in the human psyche. To overcome it requires effort, courage, patience, and a willingness to fail and try again. But the verse also tells us how to overcome it, not with more anger, not with force, not with aggression, but with its opposite. Non-anger. The Pali word is akota, which literally means the absence of anger, but which in practice means something richer and more active, the cultivation of patience, kindness, understanding, and goodwill in the very situations that would normally produce rage. It is not a passive state. It is an active choice, made again and again, moment by moment, in the heat of real life. And notice the structure of the verse. It offers 4 pairs, anger and non-anger, evil and good, miserliness and giving, falsehood and truth. In each case, the negative quality is overcome not by opposing it with force but by replacing it with its positive counterpart. This is the Buddhist strategy in a nutshell. You do not fight darkness. You turn on the light. You do not fight anger. You cultivate kindness. You do not fight hatred. You practice love. The negative dissolves not because it has been defeated but because the conditions that supported it have been replaced by conditions that support something better. This is gradual work. It is daily work. It is work that does not end until we do. But it is the most worthwhile work any of us can undertake, because its benefits extend far beyond our own lives. Every moment of patience creates a ripple. Every act of kindness changes the emotional climate of a room, a family, a community. Every time we choose not to retaliate, we break a link in the chain of reactivity that has been passing from person to person, generation to generation, since the beginning of human history. We do not just free ourselves. We free everyone who would have been affected by our anger, everyone who would have received the harm we chose not to inflict, everyone who would have been caught in the cycle of hurt and counter-hurt that our anger would have set in motion. The Metta Sutta, the Buddha's discourse on loving kindness, ends with a verse that has been chanted by millions of practitioners across thousands of years. Just as a mother would protect her only child with her life, even so let one cultivate a boundless love towards all beings. Let one's thoughts of boundless love pervade the whole world, above, below, and across, without any obstruction, without any hatred, without any enmity. This is the vision. Not anger management. Not coping strategies. Not a slightly better version of our current reactive patterns. But a fundamental transformation of the heart, a turning from contraction to expansion, from defensiveness to openness, from the cramped and suffocating world of me against them to the vast, luminous, boundless world of universal goodwill. Is this achievable? Fully. Perfectly. For most of us, probably not in this lifetime. But partially. Gradually. In ways that make a real, tangible, noticeable difference in the quality of our lives and the lives of those around us? Absolutely. Without question. The evidence is in the lives of countless practitioners, past and present, famous and unknown, who have walked this path and found that it leads where the Buddha said it leads, away from suffering, toward peace. And the first step is always the same. It is always available. It is available right now, wherever you are, whatever you are feeling, however many times you have tried and stumbled and tried again. The first step is simply to notice. To notice the anger when it arises. To notice the tightening in the body, the quickening of the breath, the narrowing of the vision, the hardening of the heart. To notice all of this and to say to yourself, quietly, without judgment, without self-condemnation, without the added weight of guilt or shame. Anger has arisen. I see you. I know what you are. And I choose, in this moment, not to be governed by you. That is enough. That is more than enough. That is the beginning of everything. I want to close with a final image. In many Buddhist temples across Asia, there is a statue of the Buddha sitting in meditation. His eyes are half closed. His hands rest in his lap. His face holds an expression that is difficult to describe. It is not quite a smile, not quite neutrality, but something in between, something that suggests a deep, unshakable peace that has been won through tremendous effort and is now so thoroughly established that it requires no effort at all. It is the face of someone who has seen everything there is to see about the human condition, all its beauty and all its horror, all its tenderness and all its cruelty, and who has found a way to hold it all without being destroyed by it. That face is not the face of someone who has never known anger. The Buddha's life, as recorded in the texts, included plenty of occasions for anger, betrayal by a trusted student, plots against his life, schisms in his community, misrepresentation of his teachings, the destruction of his own people in a war he could not prevent. He was not sheltered from the provocations that trigger anger in the rest of us. But he had done the work. He had walked the path. He had cultivated the qualities that we have been discussing: patience, loving kindness, compassion, equanimity, wisdom, until they were not just strategies he deployed in difficult moments but the very fabric of his being, the default setting of his heart. And that is what is being offered to us. Not a destination but a direction. Not perfection but practice. Not the elimination of all negative emotion but the transformation of our relationship with it, so that anger becomes not a tyrant that rules our lives but a visitor that comes and goes, teaching us something each time, leaving us a little wiser, a little more compassionate, a little more free. The coal is in your hand. You can feel its heat. You have been holding it for a long time, perhaps so long that you have forgotten what your hand feels like without it. But your hand remembers. Somewhere beneath the burn, your palm remembers what it feels like to be open, to be cool, to be free. Set it down. Not all at once, if that is too much. Not perfectly, if perfection is too far away. But gently. Gradually. Finger by finger. Breath by breath. With all the patience and kindness you can muster, most of all toward yourself. Set it down, and see what blooms in the space that opens. The Buddha said, in the Anguttara Nikaya, that there are two kinds of happiness: the happiness of a person carrying a heavy burden, and the happiness of a person who has set that burden down. The first happiness is the fleeting pleasure that distracts us from the weight. The second happiness is the deep, abiding relief that comes from realizing we no longer have to carry what we have been carrying. May you know that second happiness. May you find within yourself the courage to practice, the patience to persist, the compassion to forgive yourself when you stumble, and the wisdom to recognize that every stumble is itself a teaching, a reminder that you are still walking, still learning, still alive to the possibility of change. May you be free from anger. May you be free from suffering. May you be at peace. And may whatever merit arises from our time together, whatever small spark of understanding or resolve or hope these words may have kindled, may it spread outward in all directions, touching the lives of beings you will never meet, easing burdens you will never see, lighting paths you will never walk. Because that is how it works. That is how it has always worked. One person sets down their coal, and the world becomes, by exactly that measure, a little less burned, a little less scarred, a little more ready for the tenderness that has been waiting, all along, just beneath the surface of our rage.